Yeah.
Examination of the Greater Norwich local plan. This would be a good time to switch mobile phones off or to turn them on to silent. Can I just ask, can everyone hear and see me okay? Good. My name is Thomas Hatfield. I've been appointed by the Secretary of State, along with Mike Warden, to hold this examination and to produce a report of our conclusions and recommendations with regard to soundness. The Programme Officer for the examination is Annette Feeney, who you are likely to have already had contact with. Outside of the hearing sessions, any contact you should make should be through Annette. Today's session relates to Matter 3, which is the strategy for the areas of growth. I will be leading the majority of the discussion today, including in relation to issues 1 to 5. Mr. Warden will then lead the discussion on issue 6, which relates to preparing for new settlements. It's not my intention today to cover matters that have already been discussed under Matter 2. Instead, the discussion will focus primarily on policy 7.1 to 7.6 in the submitted plan. Our guidance note outlines the procedures to be followed at the hearing sessions. This morning's session will run from 9:30 a.m. to around 1 o'clock, with a short break taken midway through. The hearings will be in the form of a structured discussion, which I shall lead. The agenda will follow the matters and issues that have already been published. The purpose of the hearings is not to cover all matters or concerns that have been raised, as we are already aware of these from the written submissions. The hearings are for us to explore certain matters further to help us come to our conclusions. There are some issues we already have sufficient information from the written statements upon, so there will be little or no discussion on those matters. Please bear this in mind. If you wish to speak on a certain matter, please use the raise hand function on the toolbar, and I will come to you at the appropriate time. Can I also ask that participants please give their name and any organisation they represent before speaking for the first time. That will assist me and those watching the sessions online. Okay, the first issue is issue 1, the Norwich urban area, including the fringe parishes. Moving on to question 1. Firstly, policy 7.1 states that it is envisaged that around 8,500 dwellings will be delivered both in Norwich city centre and East Norwich during the plan period. Can I ask the partnership, how does that compare with the historic delivery of residential development in the city centre and surrounding areas? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. So policy 7.1 states that it is envisaged that around 8,500 dwellings will be delivered both in Norwich city centre and in the East Norwich regeneration area during the plan period, so in combination. How does that compare with historic delivery of residential development in the city centre and surrounding areas?
Okay. Yeah, I do apologise. So I don't have those figures to hand. Could I take that away and respond to you as soon as possible, please?
Is it something you'd be able to get from monitoring? Is that what you're hoping to, in terms of historic rates of delivery?
Yes, we've got team members here, and I'll get them to look at that straight away. Okay,
thank you. I mean, the wider point is about delivery in the city centre, obviously much of which will be apartments in apartment development, and that's a point that a number of representatives had raised.
Yeah.
Whilst we're waiting for the council to come back on that point, does anyone wish to come in and comment on that matter?
Could I just add something before you move on, sir? In that I do have figures to hand for the Norwich urban area delivery, which has seen the largest quantity of housing within Greater Norwich between 2015-16 and 2019-20, and that's set out in D3.1 figure 2. But to get that more granular analysis, I'll get my team to look at that now.
So that relates to the urban area, that includes areas of the adjoining districts as well as Norwich City.
That's right. That's as a whole, not just the city centre and East Norwich area.
Okay, and that was document D3.
D3.1 figure 2.
Figure 2, thank you. Okay, does anyone wish to comment on the point that's been raised in terms of delivery within the city centre and adjoining areas? It's a point I picked up had been raised in several hearing statements, so I'm happy to hear comments on that now. Okay. Mr. Cannock, did you wish to come in? Oh, sorry, Mr. Spry had his hand raised first. Mr. Spry.
Good morning. It's I think just a related point. I don't know if we're going to be coming on to the sort of forward-looking point around the market for apartments in the city centre, or whether you want to address that point now.
We can do. I think question one's the place to do it, really, seeing as it asks about the deliverability of the strategy for the Norwich area. So if you wish to raise points about that, yes, now's the time to do so.
Okay. So the on that specific point, we've included within. Sorry, it's Matthew Spry from Lichfields on behalf of Halsbury Homes. We've included in our matters statement in table 1, so paras 112 through to 116, some general points around the market for apartments in Norwich, and one of the key things that comes out of the table 1 is we've looked at the change in median prices for different types of property, including apartments, between December 2007, which is the pre-financial crisis market peak in terms of values, and March 2021. And what that shows is that across Norwich as a whole, for all types of property, prices increased by 34% between December 2007 and March 2021. Terraced properties increased by 38%, but flats or apartments, it's 0. So in other words, apartments now have the same value as they did effectively 15 years ago, from the before the financial crisis. So there has been literally no price movement for that type of product at a time when the housing market overall, both nationally and in Norwich, has increased significantly. So that says something quite significant, we say, about the lack of demand for apartment products, and certainly the lack of demand to support the scale of apartment delivery that the plan envisages. And we're not going to get into the sort of viability evidence particularly today, I know, but one has to think about if fundamentally the value of that product remains the same now as it did 15 years ago, whilst at the same time construction costs have clearly increased over that period, and famously are sort of going to be increasing significantly over the next few years. That really does raise some quite profound questions about what evidence is there from the partnership that these sites which haven't delivered so far are going to deliver over the next 10-15 years. And we don't think the evidence is in place at the moment to answer that quite fundamental question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Spry. And you mentioned static house price growth with regards to flats in Norwich. How does that compare with, say, the regional average?
So the Norfolk average, it's increased by 12%. In the east of England, it's increased by 37%. And in England, it's increased by 41%. So there seems to be a very distinct Norwich factor in terms of that kind of product, which raises questions that we would say the evidence base for the plan needs to answer before it can support the particular, or support the reliance that the plan places on those types of sites delivering the housing that the plan expects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spry. Mr. Cannock, did you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. Just some brief, straightforward points, I hope, about the approach set out in policy 7.1, which is the question. So you will have heard yesterday, we're content with the settlement hierarchy that's set out in paragraph 300 of this section of the plan, consistent with policy 1. Policy 7.1 supports development in the Norwich urban area in the fringe parishes. We agree those are the most sustainable locations for growth. We agree they should lie at the top of the settlement hierarchy, and we agree with paragraph 306 that roughly 2/3 of growth should be directed to those most sustainable locations. So we also agree, if I can refer you in due course to footnote 102 and footnote 107, that Cossey should form part of the Norwich fringe and fringe parishes, and that is a location to which, quotes, a significant proportion of the total growth in Greater Norwich should be directed. That's set out in the body of policy 7.1. And the reasons for that, so briefly, is if I can take you to core document B1.4, which is the Cossey site assessment booklet of December 2020, we're told, amongst other things, that this is one of the largest populations in South Norfolk. It's seen a significant amount of development in recent years. It includes one of Greater Norwich's strategic employment locations at Longwater. There's a wide range of local services in Cossey, including a secondary school in need of expansion and regular peak hour bus services to Norwich. I think, though, so what one needs to look at in policy 7.1 is you will see in the table that there is already committed development of 529. It's 529 existing deliverable committed units in Cossey. And so what has been identified and is set out in an education statement of common ground with my clients is a need then for infrastructure, especially in terms of secondary schools. And just tying this back then to the visions and objectives that we looked at yesterday, as currently set out, we say the vision and objectives 141 on sustainable transport, paragraph 128 in terms of the low carbon economy, 133 and 134 to meet identified needs, that policy 7.1 is in accordance with them. But so our concern is with 529 existing commitments and no plan to expand the secondary school provision, save for the delivery of a sixth form centre on the contingency site. The plan is not currently sound unless there is a full allocation of housing on our site, and that would require a consequent amendment to the last line in policy 7.1, which says in addition a large contingency site, etc., and a change to footnote 109, which again refers to the 800 home contingency site. So we'll come on to the detail of those points in due course, but it's perhaps just appropriate for us to identify that we broadly support, in answer to your question, the approach set out in policy 7.1, but we have some detailed points which render the policy unsound at the moment, but it could be made sound if the site is a full allocation and there are consequential amendments to the policy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cannock. And obviously we will be returning to the Cossey contingency site in the Part 2 hearings.
Absolutely.
And just a wider point as well, we will be having a full day, a week today, in fact, on the East Norwich strategic regeneration area. So there's no, I know a number of people in their statements have made detailed comments on that site under this matter. I don't intend to go into that matter in any detail today. We'll have a full day on that next week. Okay.
So if I may say so, that's a really helpful indication. I won't trouble you further with the detail, but while we're looking at that policy, hopefully you've got a couple of teasers as to where my case is going anyway. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cannock. Ms. Simmons, you're next. Oh, sorry, you're on mute.
Hear me now?
Hear loud and clear now.
Okay, righty-ho. Not having done anything like this before in terms of a public hearing. Helen Simmons, I'm on the Cringleford Parish Council Planning and Environment Committee, and that's why I'm here today. I don't know if this is the right place to bring this up, but I shall, and you will tell me if I'm wrong. What was just shared about the potential for non-viability of putting apartments and flats into Norwich because of the potential return on investment is a worry for us, because that means that Cringleford, which is an urban fringe, which does abut to Norwich, makes it quite easy for us to be subsumed into Norwich. We are already feeling that we are over accommodated for, if you like, an additional growth. So if the decision on this policy, and please, I am the complete layperson and novice in this, would that mean the knock-on effect to Cringleford to increase the number of new homes, because they're primarily homes and not apartments, which will cause us even more concern than we currently have?
I'll answer that question briefly. Mine and Mr. Warden's role is to examine the soundness of the plan that's submitted. So we're not here to recommend any additional sites. We're here to look at the soundness of what has been put to us. And in doing so, I'm asking questions regarding delivery, pursuant really to question 1 under issue 1. You'll note that the last sentence of that question says, is this strategy deliverable? And in response to that, I'm asking questions based on the hearing statements that have been put to me. So that's the reason for the approach I'm taking.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Waterhouse, did you wish to come in?
Yes, thank you, sir, and good morning, everybody. I'm just responding really to the points made by Mr. Spry. I don't have any evidence to counter what he's saying. I am aware that of the challenge of the extent of the size of the market for flattered products within Norwich city centre. And you can look at the historic delivery rates. But this spatial strategy is not just a continuation of the same. It's not a business as usual. There are new sites that have been identified, including the East Norwich strategic regeneration area. I know that there is a session next week on that, and we can go into it. But what that provides is an opportunity to be creative, an opportunity to use the political commitment to achieve regeneration of that site, the commitment of the likes of Homes England to helped to bring a number of different housing products to market simultaneously on a very large site, which has the opportunity to deliver a number of different housing products. Historically, I'm not sure Norwich had that situation, and I think in tandem with both the Anglia Square strategic regeneration site and the East Norwich strategic regeneration site, there is an opportunity to drive up housing delivery in the urban area through the plan period.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Waterhouse. And we will explore the East Norwich site in some depth. It does have a full day assigned to it, which is more than any other site in the plan. So there'll be an opportunity for a full exploration. Ms. Simmons, is your hand raised? Is that a legacy hand raised, or? Okay. If so, I'll take a final comment from Mr. Luder, then I'll return to the council to wrap up on the points that have been raised. So, sorry, to the partnership, I should say. It's force of habit, I'm afraid. It's nearly always the council in hearings and examinations. Mr. Luder, did you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, sir, and I will be brief. I'm Peter Luder. I'm representing Western Homes, who are promoting the Anglia Square site. I also just wanted to briefly respond to Mr. Spry's comment. Of course, during that period that he identifies in terms of looking at values, flats have continued to be built during in the city centre area, and there are also a number of large sites which have been delayed for other reasons. Obviously, the Anglia Square site, and I know we will discuss it at a separate event, was delayed due to a refusal of a permission that related to heritage matters, not in terms of viability, which the Secretary of State accepted. And there are development proposals being put forward for Anglia Square, which are being costed as they evolve. Equally, Homes England have committed funds for the Anglia Square site through the HIF grant arrangement for Norwich City Council for that site. So there is a high level of commitment to building out those sites, which include flatted development and some houses, notwithstanding the facts that may exist in terms of values to flats over that period. So since the question is about deliverability, yes, there is evidence to demonstrate that deliverability is possible on these sites. Western Homes has a subject planning contract, so it is an actual potential purchaser. The HIF money is there set aside for that site, and there is costing going on. There's no point in making an application that isn't viable to build out. I'll leave it there, sir, but I did feel that there was a couple of points to make on deliverability in respect of Mr. Spry's comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Luder. And presumably your client, Western Homes, who you represent, they're keen to invest in that site and intend to do so. Is that the message I'm getting from your response?
Absolutely. They went through a 4-year process to promote the scheme, which ended up at a call-in and then the ultimate refusal, and yet they are back again undertaking very extensive public consultation on the new proposal, which is intended to be submitted in March this year. We're very nearly at the point of submission of an application, again, a hybrid, so there would be a first phase in full detail and the remainder of the site in outline, so that reserve matters can be dealt with during the process of building out the early phase of the site.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Luder. I mean, I have read that appeal decision and we will return to the detail, obviously, in a couple of weeks, but thank you for that comment.
Thank you.
Okay, I see there is another hand raised, but I did say I'd go back to the council first before we go to Ms. Pugh. So if we can have a response from Mr. Burrell, there's a few points there to pick up, and then I'll go to Ms. Pugh. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, I'll take those in turn. I concur with Mr. Luder. Flatted schemes have been delivered in the city centre. We'll provide you with some more information on that as soon as we can. But just from my knowledge immediately, there's been a number of flatted schemes delivered by the football ground, by Carrow Road. There's been flatted schemes that are being delivered at St Anne's Wharf in the heart of the city centre. Also, in relation to Mr. Luder's point, delays at Anglia Square have happened, but there is, as he has set out, there is the commitment to that significant regeneration in that area. In relation to Mr. Waterhouse's comments, again, I'd like to concur. The purpose of the East Norwich project that's being undertaken now, the master planning, is to create a step change at East Norwich, to create a whole new quarter. So we have not seen delivery there. There's 2 sites that had been previously allocated, but the actual Carrow Works site was previously in employment use and has now become available. So this is a whole new quarter that we anticipating being delivered. We anticipate being delivered through the planned period, and there's a lot of work going into making that happen. And no doubt that will be dealt with in detail under Matter 8, but that will make a significant difference. So that's the reason why we've identified those strategic growth areas within the city, because there are real opportunities there for significant change. Another point in relation to flatted schemes, there's likely to be more demand in the future as the aging population, the age of the population increases. Quite popular here and no doubt in other cities. There's more demand for flats in the city centre for older people. I think I'll leave it there, sir.
Just briefly, in addition to that, Mr. Burrow, would you comment specifically on the house price information that Mr. Spry referred to?
I think we'd have to look into that further. I'm interested in the sample size. That would be interesting to know that. Okay.
Ms. Pugh, did you wish to come
in? Good morning, sir. Thank you. Head of Pugh, Halsbury Homes. It was. I'm aware that you're going to be talking about the site specifics in other matters, but I think from our perspective, it's a high-level point, and we note that majority of the site allocations in this area are those rolled forward from previous plans. So of the 26,000 houses proposed under Policy 7.1, 80% are previous allocations. And I think of those sort of 80%, the housing numbers newly allocated, about 50% of those are reliant on the regeneration sites. Now, what we're not saying that these sites are unsuitable per se. And I think everybody would agree that brownfield sites should be brought forward for development. But I think our high-level point is simply that they will not deliver to the rates anticipated in this plan. And there's an over-reliance on these sites, which really calls into question the overall deliverability and soundness of the plan. And I don't think the plan has been positively prepared in this respect, and I think it's quite a risk to the overall deliverability of the plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, we will return to the detail of each of those sites in the third and the fourth weeks of the examination. Those MIQs have been released, and there is scheduled to be a full sessions on each of the rolled forward allocations. But at this stage, I think the broader point about the extent of the rolled forward allocations in the city centre, it'd be helpful to have a response from the partnership on that point, please.
Sorry, sir, we have noise outside. Could you just repeat the last part of your question?
It was just to respond. I was setting out, we'll return to each one of those individual sites in the third and fourth weeks of the examination. Each of the rolled forward sites in the city centre was referred to by Ms. Pugh.
Okay.
It was just the broader point about, I wanted a comment from you at this stage about the number of rolled forward allocations in the city centre and in and around the city centre in particular. Could you respond to that particular point now, please, Mr.
Yeah. Yes, undoubtedly, we do have a number of rolled forward allocations in the city centre, but we have done extensive amounts of work to identify whether it's suitable to retain them in our plan. We have statements of common ground with those promoting these sites that set out when they're likely to deliver. We have appendices in the documentation we've submitted to you that set out on a site-by-site basis when they're likely to deliver. So we have gone through this in detail. The most recent updates being just before Christmas documents that were sent with the updates to the trajectory. So I believe that we have the best available information, and that's on a site-by-site basis, having discussed this with the site promoters on each individual site.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burrell. Like I say, we'll return to the detail of that in the third and fourth weeks of the examination. Okay, I've been asking about the city centre and the adjoining areas. Another point that's been raised in the representations to this matter is about the scale of the planned growth for the Norwich urban area more widely beyond the city centre, and whether that's likely to be deliverable. That point's been raised by several representations. I'm sure that's been picked up by the partnership. Do you wish to respond to those points, Mr. Burrell, before I go for comments?
Yeah, so just to go back over what I've just said, we have discussed in detail with site promoters deliverability. So this was part of our consideration throughout. A number of sites that we are proposing for allocation are already going towards planning application, some and are being progressed. Others, the level of their progression is set out in our evidence. So we're confident that the sites that we are proposing for allocation are deliverable.
And the delivery rates have been agreed by and large with those site promoters, is that the case?
Yes, we've based it on their information. In some cases where we felt at times that they may be being overly positive, we have slowed them down in the trajectory to reflect the guidance in Litchfield's guidance. But we have been in detailed discussions with site promoters.
Okay. Did I see a hand? Was a hand raised there? Was it by Mr. Young? Would you wish to come in?
Yes. Can I just ask? Can you hear me, sir?
Loud and clear. Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. Just one point, and it is about these agreements with the developers of the sites, particularly the city centre, for example. You obviously will have in mind what's said in the PPG about having statements of common ground. And we see these all the time, as I'm sure you know, at EIPs and also at planning appeals. The reality is there is absolutely no comeback on the developer who signs those and says what the council would obviously like them to say. They will say anything because, first of all, they don't want the competition from other sites, and by there not being any sanction, and it would be impossible to impose a sanction, there's very limited weight, I would suggest, that can be given to agreements that don't really tie them down in any way. One needs to look at empirical evidence. That's always the best thing, to see what's actually been happened rather than what's been promised. And I hope that's appropriate just to make that point quickly, because that's an overriding point and you won't want it repeated on each and every site. So yes, the PPG says what it says, but one has to think about, is there any consequence to somebody signing this? And of course, councils say, well, we scrutinised it and we, not necessarily taken what the developer has said, but often they do. Often they do take what the developer said, and it's of limited evidential value, I would suggest, against empirical evidence.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Young. And obviously, we will return to the details of the housing land supply assumptions and calculations at the end of week 4. Mr. Luder, did you wish to come in?
If I may, sir. I think that last comment is rather sweeping, and I would ask the inspectors to consider the material submitted in the statements of common ground and the evidence that they contain. In a situation where there is actually a contract on a site, a subject to planning contract, where extensive public consultation is underway and has been underway for months and months. In respect of Anglia Square, there is a community review panel which has met several times. There have been meetings with Design South East, Historic England, lots of local stakeholders. In that situation, I do think you can't lump all statements of common ground together and say developers will say anything at this point to stop other development happening. It demonstrates, and of course, where Homes England has committed £15 million to a site, but there is a deadline of March 24 for that money to be spent by development actually having happened by then. you can see that there is very easily in the Statement of Common Ground evidence of commitment, and that therefore should be looked at on a site-by-site basis. That the HIF money will be removed for another site if it's not spent by the deadline, and that's why an application at Anglia Square is being pushed forward to be made in a couple of months' time, and hopefully determined in the autumn of this year, so that a start can be made and the HIF money received for works that comply with the HIF funding requirements.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Leader. And like I say, we'll return to that detail on the session on Anglia Square. Mr. Spry, did you wish to come in with a supplementary point? Thank you.
Yes, please. So I think I suppose this is really just about sort of framing the way that some of those more detailed discussions on individual sites will be considered, because the couple of points I think to make around the statements of common ground is even taking them at face value, you actually just need to look at what's in them, and some of those statements essentially just repeat points of fact, if you like, about the state of play of that site at the current time. They don't necessarily include site-specific evidence or viability work to support the assumptions that are being made in the plan about the timing and pace of delivery of those sites. And in a sense, I think, fundamentally, that's our main concern with this. This isn't about the desirability of bringing those sites forward, or even the fact that the parties involved have a commitment and aspiration of that to do so. Certainly, that's the position we adopt on Anglia Square, for example. We fully recognise the progress that's being made on that. It's really around the pace and timing of delivery, and that's where the statements of common ground need very careful scrutiny. The second point is that the statements of common ground for some sites, particularly East Norwich, and I know we'll come on to it, don't actually support the timing build out assumptions that are in the plan's trajectory. So even if you took those statements of common ground at face value, they don't support what the plan is envisaging. And I will come on to why that is and the specific points in later sessions. But I think it's we can't assume that there is a seamless alignment between the statements of common ground and what the plan currently says. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Spry. Mr. Burrell, did you wish to comment on what's been said?
Just to reiterate 2 points I believe I've already made, but just to clarify. We have not simply accepted the developer's word in relation to the statements of common ground. We've also done some further analysis ourselves, so the trajectories do not necessarily reflect exactly what's in the statement of common ground. So I agree with the point just made by Mr. Spry, but the reason for that is that we have looked at other evidence on delivery, such as Litchfield study, and we have amended the trajectory accordingly. Second point, just to reiterate once again, there has been lots of progress on sites. Many are committed, and that is all set out in our evidence in detail. Now, as we've already discussed, that will be dealt with when we get onto the site-by-site analysis.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burrell. Before we move on, are there any other comments anyone wants to make on question 1? Okay, thank you. Question 2 under this issue was, does policy 7.1 support the city centre's role as a key driver of the Greater Norwich economy, and is it consistent with national policies for ensuring the vitality of town centres? From my perspective, I've probably got all I need on that question from the hearing statements. If anyone wishes to comment on that particular point, I'm happy to hear that now. Okay, thank you. Question 3, this was a point of clarification as much as anything else. Do the sites listed in the East Norwich section of policy 7.1 on page 106 of the plan form part of the East Norwich strategic regeneration area as defined on the proposals map? Other allocations on the proposals map are potential sites for future development. And the example highlighted there is land east of Norwich City FC. And the partnership very helpfully clarified that, in fact, the answer to that question is yes. The quoted land east of Norwich City FC is site reference CC 16. As I understand it, the sites listed under that section, with one exception, as we've just highlighted, are not proposed allocations. What's the reason for specifically naming those sites or areas of land within the policy, and what purpose does it serve? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. The reason for doing so is that East Norwich, as discussed earlier, will provide a step change for that part of the city, and these are areas that could be brought forward as a result of that, the East Norwich being a catalyst for further development. So one of the sites is land adjoining the railway between Deal Ground and Carrow Road, Carrow Works, which is not an allocation, but could come forward for development if its current aggregates use ceases. Riverside, this is an area of mixed-use development. There's potential for intensification of uses here, but that wouldn't require allocation in the local plan. Regeneration in the Rouen Road area, again, not an allocation, but regeneration could follow development at East Norwich. So the purpose of including that in the plan is to identify these as potential areas that are likely to benefit from East Norwich's allocation.
And presumably those are areas which you would encourage, at least in principle, residential development of. Is that the position?
That is the case, yes.
Okay. I mean, I understand the point with regards to signposting additional sites, and presumably you aren't making any assumptions in your housing supply figures about those sites at this stage. Is that correct?
That is correct. There are no assumptions about delivery on these sites.
So those would be in effect, under the ambit of windfalls if they were to come forward in the plan period.
Windfalls if they were to come forward, and part of it, as we were discussing yesterday, thinking ahead, not into the long term.
Okay, that's helpful. In that case, that's helpful clarification. I suppose the one anomaly in that list then would be site CC 16, which is an allocation. And there's been a representation from the football club who own the site and have asked for it to be removed from that section to avoid any confusion that it's wrapped up with or is in any way linked to or contingent upon the delivery of East Norwich. Does the partnership wish to comment on that particular point?
We would be happy for that to be made as a main modification. It doesn't have to be in that policy.
Okay. I mean, I understand the purposes you're setting out to signpost potential additional sites, and no reliance has been placed on it. Just that site as an allocation would seem to be an anomaly in that context. So I think that would be more effective and more helpful, certainly. Okay. Any further comments on question 3?
So could I just point out that another site that was named in there has now been withdrawn for the plan. I assume you're aware of that site, CC13, land owned by Network Rail on Lower Clarence Road.
And that was withdrawn by the site promoter, presumably?
That's right, yes. In
that context, would it sit comfortably within the purpose of the list you compile? And it's a site that could potentially be acceptable in principle were it to become available?
It could in the long term. At present, the view of Network Rail is it should be retained as a surface car park. So I would like to retain that in the long term because their views could change. Okay.
I don't have an issue with that. If the purpose of that section is to signpost potential additional sites, that would be consistent with that. Okay, thank you. Question 4 then. So that's do sections 1 to 3 of policy 7.1 need to be modified in order to reflect the recent introduction of Class E within the use classes order. Are these sections consistent with national policy? And there's a number of far more detailed points than we've so far discussed that I wanted to go into with regards to this section of the policy. I'll just call up in front of me, in fact. Okay, with regards to section 1 of the policy titled Economy, the partnership states that an Article 4 direction will be brought into force on the 29th of July of this year to remove permitted development rights for clarity, in relation to changes of use from offices to residential. Could the partnership confirm at what stage that Article 4 direction is currently at and what processes still need to be gone through before it can be adopted? Thank you.
Yeah. The Article 4 direction has been made and I believe will come into force within a year.
Okay. And what level of sign-off is still required, or what processes need to be gone through before it can come into force?
So could I come back to you on that? We do have that in our hearing statement. We just need to locate it.
Okay. Well, I read the hearing statement. It was just a detailed description of precisely what stages needs to yet to be gone through.
Yeah.
For it to come in.
My understanding is it's gone through the early processes. It hasn't actually been implemented yet, but I'll verify that. Okay.
Or alternatively, a very short note as a statement of fact would be equally acceptable. This may be something you may have to return to, but is it just, and this again is for my information, does it just seek to limit changes of use from offices to residential and not any other PD rights?
Yes, that's the case, yeah.
And what geographical area does it cover?
It covers the city centre of Norwich.
So the entire city centre as identified in the policy map?
I believe so. Again, I will verify this with you.
Okay. It might be helpful if the Article 4 direction itself is added to the examination library, along with the note about it only needs to be bullet points. It's purely a factual update about the stages it needs to go through.
Okay.
Any supporting justification for its introduction would be helpful as well.
We can provide that information for you. So just immediately, I have confirmation that it will be brought. The Article 4 direction will be brought into force on 29th of July this year. Okay. This will change. This will prevent the change of use of offices to residential unless planning permission is granted for it.
Okay. I mean, the council did suggest in its hearing statement, and give me a second while I call that up, it suggested a modification to this section of the policy, section 1. Are there any comments around the room about that modification? Does anyone wish to come back on it? Okay. Let me just scroll down to it. It was really in effect an addition of a single sentence to the end of that. That's heading 1, the economy. So the final sentence would be, to support this, loss of existing office floor space will be resisted unless it can be demonstrated that the loss will not be detriment to Norwich's office economy. There's a couple of points that jumps out to me, really. I think because there are now such extensive PD rights, not just in terms of office to residential, but obviously Class E, in effect subsumes offices within the wider Class E designation, such that it's not development to change to those other uses. I think it would be helpful in that context to say something along the lines of where permission is required. So to support this and where permission is required, and that just provides clarity on precisely what the situation is, and that then doesn't. I don't know what the partnership's thoughts on that would be, but it jumped out to me that level of clarification would be necessary, really.
Yes, we'd be content with that approach. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Watts, did you wish to come in?
Yes, thank you, sir. So Chris Watts of CPW Planning, representing Western Homes and Columbia Threadneedle Investments and their land interest at Anglia Square. So, excuse me. So you'd have seen our hearing statement, sir, on this issue. So I won't run through that in any detail, but clearly Class E, as you've suggested, introduces flexibility and new opportunities for SMEs and smaller business occupiers to accommodate perhaps vacant Class A retail floor space without the need for change of use. And I just wanted to support that further, really, with, I've had a conversation this week with a local commercial property agent in Norwich. And they've indicated that nearly all the recent lettings activity in Norwich city centre is, in fact, relocations from secondary areas to the prime retail pitch. And what this has meant is clearly increased vacancy in those secondary areas, more availability of smaller scale, medium-sized premises, which, okay, they might be redundant now for retail and leisure uses, but they are potentially suitable for SME type practices. So I think any change to that policy which recognises that and introduces the flexibility which Class E provides should be recognised.
Okay. I was going to come on to the points you'd raised, Mr. Watts. I'd seen the detailed changes you'd requested to be made, particularly to the next section of the policy, number 2, retail and main town centre uses. We might want to move on to that in a second. I just want to finish up on one, the economy first. Are there any final comments from the council on what's been said on section 1, or are we happy with that? Or did you want to push any or make any comments on section 1 yourself, Mr. Watts, before we go on to section 2?
No, I mean, it's covered in my hearing statement, but just for everyone's benefit, if they've not read that, I mean, I think the policy as it stands, this blanket resistance to the loss of office floor space, it doesn't recognise that a lot of that floor space is not suitable, not viable for SMEs. Some of it's not in the right location, and certainly in the case of my client's land interest at Anglia Square, it's not economically viable to bring that redundant office floor space back into effective use for SMEs or any other type of commercial or residential use. So I think resisting that loss is not helpful and not effective. I think the next point I make, I think it's mostly picked up in the policy at the very start of section 1, but clearly new redevelopment proposals can include Class E flexible floor space. Some of it might be purpose-built SME floor space. So that will clearly meet some of the demand going forwards, and there doesn't need to be this overall reliance on existing office floor space, much of which will be outdated and not suitable for modern requirements.
And are the type of changes of use or flexibility that you would be looking for from your perspective, are they encompassed within Class E, or do they go beyond Class E?
I think a lot of the types of sticking to this section of the policy, I think a lot of the types of SMEs which the policy refers to, they are captured within Class E. So I don't think that's a particular problem. So yeah, that's all I'd say on that.
Okay. A final comment from Mr. Burrell before. Is there any final comments from the partnership before we move on to the section 2 of the policy then?
We would like to make a final comment, but I'll just pass you over to my colleague, Mr. Morris, to make that comment.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. With your very helpful suggestion that the policy should be modified to refer to where consent is required, then Anglia Square is not within the Article 4 direction area, and therefore consent would not be required for any change of use within Class A or from Class A to residential.
Okay.
So it's a city centre. It covers the city centre, but it's a more constrained city centre than that captures the northern city centre. It doesn't include the northern city centre. So okay. And if in looking at that again, we could look at if we're going to make a modification, if you wish us to look at Western Home suggestions, we can do that.
We'll come on to some of those in a second, really. I think just purely for my information, the boundary of the Article 4 area and the proposed Article 4 direction, and if there's any supporting justification to that, it would be helpful for that to go on the examination library.
Yeah.
Purely as a matter of fact, really.
Yeah, we can do that.
And that would assist me really just in understanding the partnership's approach. Okay, thank you, Mr. Morris. That's helpful clarification. There's a couple of hands raised. Mr. Watts first, thank you. Mr. Watts' hand's gone down. Mr. Luder, did you want to comment?
Yes, sorry, that was helpful to have that clarification from Mr. Morris, because the plan generally refers to the city centre, and this policy covers the city centre, means the whole area within the medieval walls. The northern city centre is part of the city centre. So I think, therefore, in the section on the economy, it would be helpful if there was clarification that the sentence relating to the loss of existing office floor space is related to this Article 4 area, not the wider area that is technically part of the city centre.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So obviously, as worded, the final sentence to the first paragraph under section 1 economy, to support this, loss of existing office floor space will be resisted. And in your view, is that insufficiently clear as to the geographical extent?
I think it is, because if you actually look at paragraph 308, which talks about the city centre, it says Norwich city centre is defined in this plan as the area within the city walls, with the addition of riverside and areas around the railway station. So the city walls go quite a way beyond where Anglia Square is. It's called the Northern City Centre, but it is part of the wider city centre. The walls are at the top of Magdalen Street. Anglia Square is actually by St Crispin's Road, so it's quite a way within it. So therefore, yes, I mean, I have no problem with the city centre being defined as the medieval wall area, but then if this element refers specifically to the core of the city centre, which I believe is what's being referred to, then that should be that. Then I think the Article 4 boundary should be a plan in the local plan for avoidance of any doubt.
Okay, I mean, I'd been using personally, and this might be a point for the council to return to. I've been using the boundary indicated by the dashed line on the policies map for Norwich City Centre. So the policies map for Norwich in the core document section of the examination library provides a number of maps, one of which for the city centre shows helpfully the existing local plan policies within the centre. But there's a consistent boundary there used which incorporates a significant area of land north of the river, including Anglia Square, and it extends to the east to include the railway station and the football ground. So that's the boundary I've been using. Is that the wider boundary you're referring to, Mr. Lude?
Yeah, well, I think so. But Mr. Morris,
I didn't see the medieval walls in my visits, I have to say, which is of a disappointment to me if they are indeed there.
Well, there are parts of them, including in the edge of the northern city centre. There are sections along Magpie Road and at the top of Magdalen Street. So it just, I think if that particular element under economy relates to an inner core, that should be clarified in the text and referred to a drawing so that there isn't a question mark, because as Mr. Watson said, there are actually office buildings at Anglia Square that are too hazardous to go inside. They are so dangerous, and therefore, we need clarification that there isn't a requirement to convert to retain them for office purposes, which is clearly not what the City Council wants in any event.
Okay, could the partnership comment on that point then about the clarity of where the clause about loss of existing office space, the geographical extent to which it would apply? Thank you.
So it may be helpful if I just refer to the map. I've got a hard copy of document A1 here, and there is a map here which shows the Norwich City Centre, the Northern City Centre. So it's map 9. It's in policy 7.1. And that defines the city centre in red, which is broadly the walled city. The Northern City Centre in orange. It also defines the strategic growth area. So we can certainly look to clarifying that point. Just hand over to my colleague, Mr. Morris. He may want to add something on this.
Okay.
Very briefly, just to reiterate, with the changes that have been suggested, the policy wouldn't apply to Anglia Square anyway. That's particularly because the offices, I don't even know if they're in any kind of lawful use, the ex-offices, but they wouldn't be, loss of them would not be detrimental to the office economy because they've not been occupied for many years. So we're happy to make that clarification with a map, but just to sort of give comfort to Mr. Luder and others, it would only apply where permission is required, so only within the Article 4 area, and only where it was detrimental to the office economy.
Okay, I mean, I do think for soundness there is a need for a little bit of clarification here, because I take the point about Anglia Square. You've said it doesn't contribute to the office economy, but that's a judgment, really, isn't it? And in principle, as currently worded, it would appear to imply that, let's say there were offices on the opposite side of the road to Anglia Square in the same geographical area that were occupied, that policy would seek to resist their loss where permission was needed. Is that the intention, or is the intention to restrict the loss of offices to the Article 4 area, or is it intended to restrict it to the wider city centre?
Article 4 area.
Okay. In which case, I think the policy would just benefit from clarification in that regard, because if there's no intention to restrict the loss of offices on the periphery of the city centre and outside of the Article 4 area, I think, as currently worded, it implies to me that it would apply to the wider city centre boundary. But that's, okay. If you could reflect on a modification to perhaps reflect what you wanted to achieve, that would be helpful.
Yeah, we're happy to do that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Simmons, did you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, sir. I would. In the matter of clarification, what I've heard is the potential repurposing of vacant offices. What does the policy contain any reference to the repurposing of the 16%, or I believe that's the right number, of retail space that has become available both pre and post pandemic? Thank you.
Okay. Does council want to respond to that point? Sorry, the partnership. I want to respond to that point. I'll get this right by the end of the examination here, as I do. I should have like a swear tin for every time I say council and pounding it. Okay, partnership, please.
Such changes of use are allowed for under the use classes order and are not restricted through the Article 4. The Article 4 only applies to office conversions. So if retail space, well, it can change to other E-class uses and to residential.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Morris.
So it's subject to the the way that the use classes order operates.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to part 2 of the policy now, which is retail and main town centre uses. Okay. Again, this is a point of clarification. This part of the policy starts off by saying the centre's retail function. And there was a point of clarification that's been raised, I think it was by Western Homes, who made the point that it wasn't clear when it says the centre, whether that was referring to the wider city centre or whether it was referring to perhaps the main retail area, and whether it would encompass, for example, the northern part of the city centre north of the river. So it's a question for the council. Was it intended to say the city centre, or was it intended to refer to perhaps the primary retail area? So just a clarification on that point would be helpful. Thank you.
The centre refers to the whole city centre. There are different elements to the retail function of the city centre. So the Anglia Square area plays its role as a large district centre, meeting more everyday needs. And then we have, which I have no doubt we'll come on to, the primary and secondary areas in the central core of the city centre. But we do have a large city centre, and it plays different roles.
So is that statement at the start where it says the centre's retail function will be supported, is that intended to apply to the entire city centre and not areas within the city centre?
Yes, I believe so. Yes, I believe so, yes.
Okay. I think to address Mr. Watts' concern, it might be helpful if it said the city centre's retail function. Do you have a comment on that, Mr. Watts?
Yes, please, sir. Clearly, the city centre is treated as one, but within that city centre boundary, there are well, the partnership calls it the primary and secondary retail areas of Norwich city centre, which is the traditional core, if you like. And then there's two large district centres, Anglia Square and Riverside. So I think this part of the policy could just be tidied up quite easily with reference to, just to repeat my amendments submitted here, the retail function of the city centre's primary and secondary retail areas and the large district centres will be supported, etc., etc. That clearly defines the different functions of the city centre's retail areas.
But I think if I understand Mr. Burrell's comments correctly, if it just referred to those sub areas within the city centre, it wouldn't apply to the entirety of the land within the city centre. Is that correct? So if it, for example, specified the large district centre in which Anglia Square sits and the primary retail and secondary retail area, that would exclude other areas within the city centre. So my suggestion to Mr. Burrell was to say if the intention was for that first paragraph to apply to the entire city centre, encompassing both the northern large district centre and the primary and secondary retail areas, then it might be best just to say the city centre's retail function, and then it's the entire area.
Can I just add to that, comment on that? The NPPF definition of town centres relates to primary shopping areas. So in that respect, the primary and secondary retail areas of Norwich city centre is the de facto primary shopping area.
Okay.
And that's the basis on which you apply the sequential test. There'll be parts of the city centre boundary which are actually edge of centre in retail planning terms. And on that basis, you probably shouldn't, I'd suggest, have a blanket approach in that regard. Equally, the large district centres, they're recognised as town centres in NPPF terms. So within 300 metres beyond that boundary, which might still be within the city centre boundary as drawn on the proposals map, that's edge of centre and therefore not a town centre location. So I think the recommendations that I've made are NPPF compliant.
Mr. Burrell, did you want to comment on those, and have you had a chance to review Mr. Watts's hearing statement in that regard? Thank you.
Could I just consult with a colleague one moment, please?
Of course.
Yeah, in principle, they sound like they would be helpful, but could we take those away? Could we have a look at them and just consider it in detail?
Yeah, by all means, by all means. Okay. It's also been put to me that part 2 of the policy is insufficiently clear regarding the acceptability of Class E uses and uses falling into Class F1 and F2 in the city centre. And again, that was Mr. Watts's point. Could you respond to that, please, Mr. Burrell? Thank you.
Okay, our view is that Section 2 of the policy does not need any modification, any amendment. It's considered to be in accordance with Class E, allowing for flexibility of use, allowing for the flexibility of uses that is now possible. It provides a policy position on other use classes such as Class C and Class F, as well as sui generis.
Okay. Mr. Watts, did you want to respond to that? It was your point I put to the partnership.
Yeah, sure. No, I think just for clarity, really, and for the avoidance of doubt, I think criteria 2 of Section 2 in particular, it clearly promotes a diversity of services and facilities. But I think it would be helpful and effective to capture the E classes and the F1 and F2 as well, which is beyond the scope of your question on this, sir. But I think those types of use as well can really positively contribute to vitality and viability. So I think just bringing the policy in line with the changes to the use classes.
Are you concerned that it in any way restricts or Class E or Class F or Class F1 or F2 in this regard?
Potentially, I think just for applicants, it would be a lot clearer if it was recognised that Class E, F1 and F2 are suitable uses for town centre locations, which was clearly the the intention when these changes to use classes were introduced.
Okay, I'll take a final comment from Mr. Burrell before we move on that point. Thank you.
So our fear is that the changes Mr. Watts suggests would then exclude sui generis, which we feel are important uses within the city centre.
Okay. Okay, I've heard both sides on this point. I'll reflect on that matter. Thank you. Okay. Finally, on question 4, the partnership suggested a modification to section 3 of the policy, which covers leisure, culture, entertainment, and the visitor economy. This would allow leisure uses throughout the city centre, subject to certain criteria, rather than seeking to direct such uses to a defined city centre leisure area. Does anyone wish to comment on that modification at all? Okay. From my perspective, I think that would be a sensible modification, and it's necessary for soundness to align with the framework. So I'm happy for that to be included in the list of main modifications. Thank you. Okay, question 5. Does policy 7.1 need to be modified to replace references to primary and secondary retail frontages with primary shopping areas? Now, there is a minor factual error in that question. It should be primary and secondary retail areas, I believe. I've probably got all I need from the hearing statements on that point. Does anyone wish to comment from within the room? No. Okay. Okay. Final question. Sorry, Mr. Burrell, did you wish to comment?
Just quickly to comment that we do regular surveys of uses, and they back up the approach that we're proposing to retain primary and secondary areas. Okay, thank you.
The final question relating to policy 7.1 was number 6, and it's really it's a question of clarity and potential duplication, really. Obviously, the latter part of the policy goes into some detail in relation to the East Norwich strategic regeneration sites, and provides quite a lot of detailed site-specific policy requirements, some of which overlap with quite significantly the detailed policies set out in the part 2 of the plan. Just be helpful for me to understand what was the reason for including detailed requirements in both policy 7.1 and in the site-specific policy in the part 2 of the plan. Thank you.
Yeah. So while we accept there is some crossover between the East Norwich policies, policy 1 is intended to provide the strategic policy framework for the more detailed site-specific policy. That's the intention behind the approach we have taken.
Okay. But you do accept, presumably, that a lot of those criteria stray into the detail rather than sticking to a strategic overview.
We accept
it's a matter of fact that they do, really.
We accept that, sir.
Okay. Do you think that has the potential to cause any confusion or lack of clarity about what the site-specific requirements are, particularly if there's different requirements that might have different wording at application stage?
We've made every effort to make sure that there is no contradiction, but we'll be happy to look at this to see if we can streamline this to verify the situation so that there is no confusion.
Okay. Obviously, we've got the luxury of the fact that we're returning to this point, this site, I should say, at the end of next week. So perhaps myself and Mr. Warden will reflect on that point. I think the concern that the question was prompted by is whether you've got two competing sets of requirements that cover the same points. If there's perceived to be, once you get a site-specific and detailed application, a conflict between the interpretation of 2 points that use 2 different sets of wordings, but essentially for the same criteria or matter, it could just create unnecessary confusion.
Yeah, certainly, sir. Our intention is not to create conflict.
Okay. Well, perhaps if you have a think about that as well, and myself and Mr. Warden will do the same, we can return to it and discuss the detail of the site-specific policy into next week. Mr. Waterhouse, did you wish to comment?
Yeah, I mean, we're bringing forward a planning application on the Carrow Works site this summer, and we will be reconciling these two policies. I'd always read it as that was effectively setting the terms of reference for the supplementary planning document. If that were the case, then perhaps it could just, if that were the case, perhaps it could just state that, and then there wouldn't be any confusion then.
Okay. I do see the value in having a high-level strategic statement in the policy, because it is the largest site in the plan, and obviously it's a key site in relation to policy 7.1. I think the concern comes from the level of detail that is then replicated, and it's just whether that's effective and whether it's going to cause problems at application stage. If we kind of hold that thought for now, we can return to it collectively a week today. Just something to think about in the meantime, perhaps. Okay.
Yes, certainly. So we'll have a look at that and we'll discuss it within our teams.
Okay. That concludes issue 1. In terms of programming, I appreciate we were aiming to get slightly more done this morning. Annette, what was originally down for this first session?
For this morning, we have 3 issues, issue 1, 2 and 3. We could take a break now and I can try and bring everyone in for 11 o'clock. There's only a few additional people for issue 2, and we could start that one at 11 if you were agreeable, or if people wanted a longer break, I'd leave it with yourself.
And what's programmed to achieve before the lunch break, so before 1 o'clock? Issue
1, 2 and 3.
Okay. It might be, I mean, from my perspective, I had far more questions on issue 1 than issues 2 and 3. So it was always, from my mind, going to take the most time, or was most likely to take the most time. If everyone's agreeable to having a slightly early break and returning at 11, that will give us perhaps a better window to get 2 and 3 done within a slightly longer session. Is that agreeable to anyone? Does that cause any problems? People could raise their hand. Mr. Luder, I'll take a comment on that point. Thank you. Mr. Luder, did you wish to come in?
Sorry. Yes. Sorry. We won't be attending for issue 2. I just wanted to ask before we leave, are you intending to be the inspector considering the Anglia Square session which is, I think, for about the 1st of March? I'm just thinking about how I sort of put together material for it, and obviously to avoid repeating things we've put to you already. I'm just curious.
I don't think it's something myself and Mr. Warden have finalised yet. I mean, Mr. Warden's in this session listening to the points that are being raised. The approach I've been taking to sessions where I've not been leading is to sit there furiously taking notes in most cases. So it's very much a joint examination. So any points you've made today will have been heard by Mr. Warden, and he'll be cognizant of those. And the precise delineation of responsibilities we'll have to keep you all guessing collectively for now, I'm afraid.
Okay, I'm much obliged by that. I just needed a bit of clarification. That helps. Thank you.
Mr. Luder, just to reassure you, I
Yes.
am watching and I've heard everything you said. I'm grateful for it. Thank you.
See. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more comments, then I think we'll break for mid-morning break now. We'll return at 11, where we'll go on to issues 2 and 3. Thank you all for your contributions.
Thank you.
Okay, so before the break, we concluded issue 1. So we'll move on to issue 2 now, which concerns the main towns. In relation to question 1 under issue 2, it's a question I had with regards to exception sites for affordable housing-led development. Those are identified in policy 7.4 relating to village clusters, but not policy 7.2, or in fact 7.3. I note from the partnership's hearing statement that which states that they would support the exception sites in settlements higher up in the settlement hierarchy, including key service centres and main towns. Does that statement imply that the partnership wished to modify policy 7.2 and 7.3 to allow for rural exception sites? Thank you.
So we'd like to investigate that. Our view is that existing policies in Broadland and South Norfolk allow, both in relation to main towns and key service centres, allow for exception sites to come forward. If you have a concern that that is not clear, we're happy to consider if we can make that clearer. Okay.
So, Mr. Burrell, from your perspective, the that matter's already effectively covered by lower order or plans. Is that the position?
That's our view.
Okay. And what was the reason then for only specifying rural exception sites in relation to policy 7.4 then, and not policies 7.2 and 7.3?
I think the intention there is to focus on it clearly, and we established in the section in policy 7.4 on additional sites, we wanted to make it clear that affordable housing-led development, which may include an element of market housing if necessary, up to a maximum of 15 dwellings in total. So I wanted to make that clear. It's the focus on making sure that the villages have enough growth to support village vitality.
But is that point covered in lower order plans as well?
We'd have to look back at the development management policies, but I don't think it makes a definitive statement about 15 dwellings in total. So that's where we think this policy approach adds value.
Okay, and you said you wanted to reflect on whether any modifications would be posed to policy 7.2 and 7.3. Is that something you've not come to a final view on then yet, presumably?
We've not come to a final view. We're also awaiting discussions on the windfall policies that's going to happen this afternoon.
Okay. Okay. I mean, obviously, it's helpful if it's a consistent position at the high level plan to be clear, even if that's picked up in lower order plans, which obviously could subsequently change. Also, the term that's used in the framework is rural exception sites. Is there a reason why that term wasn't used in policy 7.4? I think the term that's used is affordable housing led.
Yeah, I don't think there's a specific reason that was the terminology we used.
Okay. It's a minor point, but it might be helpful to reflect the wording in the framework, really. Okay. Are there any comments on that point before we move on? There's a hand raised by Mr. Jones. Do you wish to come in?
Yeah, thank you. If I can put my hand down again. Yeah, thank you. My name is David Jones from Armstrong Rig Planning on behalf of Orbit Homes. Orbit Homes are both a house builder and a registered provider of affordable housing, and are keenly aware, obviously, that the need for affordable housing in rural areas goes beyond just the village clusters. It's good to hear from Mr. Burrell that the intention wasn't to restrict affordable housing sites or exception sites just to village clusters. I think it does need to be a lot clearer within the plan, and I think I'd probably suggest that it needs to be part of policy 5 or a separate policy allowing for rural exception sites. I'd also raise a concern on the restriction to 15 dwellings. That may be appropriate for village clusters, but obviously if you're allowing it adjacent to main towns or rural service centres, there may well be a need for many more than 15 affordable homes to come forward as an exception site. So I think some wording that perhaps allowed for suitable sites in relation to their context or the size of the settlement might be more appropriate. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tuddenham, did you wish to come in as well?
Thank you, sir. I support what Mr. Jones has said. It's a definite requirement to make exceptions, especially the level of shortfall that's been arisen in the plan to date. And the only way, one of the ways of rectifying that shortfall is clearly to allow special exceptions. So I think the policy itself needs to be far clearer. Whether it's done in a new policy or not is another matter.
Okay,
thank you.
We are going to come on to policy 5 next week, but the suggestion there, obviously, that's been made by both parties who've spoken, is that obviously if it's there, it applies to every tier in the settlement hierarchy. Would the council, the partnership, pardon me the swear box, would the partnership come back, please, on those 2 points?
Well, I think we've already made the point that we accept the principle of exception sites at the key service centre level of the hierarchy and the main town level of the hierarchy. I would be a bit concerned about significantly larger sites. I think we'd have to give some consideration to that, as was suggested. But in principle, we accept that such sites should come forward at those levels of the hierarchy, and there are policies in place through development management at present. We will take forward what you've said, sir, and investigate how we can make that clearer.
I think clarity would be helpful. I do, because I think although there's the danger, it gives the impression that it's only acceptable at that level. I suppose the approach with regard to achieving that through a modification to policy 5 is that would apply potentially to the entire area. If your intention is to apply rural exception sites, then, well, it's a geographical point, really. Okay, Mr. Tiddenham, you've got your hand raised. Did you wish to come back again?
Graham's got it. Sorry, sir, no, I haven't got my hand raised according to my end, but according to your end, I have I?
It appears to be raised from. I don't know if others are seeing the same thing. It's down now. Thank you, Mr. Tiddenham.
Sorry, I've just lowered it. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. Okay. Any further comments on rural exception sites? Okay. The second question under issue 2 is the policy otherwise justified, effective and consistent with national policy? Does anyone wish to make a point in relation or in response to that question? Mr. Tierney, I don't know if I saw a brief hand raised, and then you're welcome to come in if you wish to.
Thanks, sir. Richard Tierney here on behalf of Welbeck. Sorry, I'm trying to operate 2 computers so you can see whose hand is going up. This is dealing with the policy 7.2 more generally in the main towns, and we made some points yesterday in respect of this, and with specific reference to Wymondham. And we do say that this is the way the plan is framed at the moment. It seeks to drive development away from rather than towards a sustainable, thriving centre. And I just want to very briefly say why that is unsound, applying the tests that you've referred to in the question. Justified, obviously, the NPPF says an appropriate strategy taking into account reasonable alternatives and based on proportionate evidence. Well, the alternatives here have been poorly considered. We addressed this briefly under matter 1, sir. I think you have our points on it. And in particular, the previously identified contingency at Wymondham was rejected simply on the basis that growth was not planned for that location. The comparability of assessment, in particular with the Cossey contingency site, and the fact that our site and the Wymondham allocations seem to perform better when mitigation is applied equally. And then the point we dealt with yesterday, that the temporal scope of the plan for Wymondham, a strategy where development at the largest main town is exhausted with 10 years of the plan still to run, and no alternative in terms of spreading development out over the plan period has been considered. And we say that's particularly important because the tech corridor, which Wymondham lies on, is supposed to be a long-term policy objective. And of course, that is only going to be met if there's appropriate balanced growth of both employment and housing. And one more point on the evidence base is the lack of consideration of education provision. We've seen very little about the consideration of education provision. We emphasise this because Wymondham is an area which will require new secondary provision, in particular a sixth form centre, for any development beyond that which is already committed. And consideration of that links into what the particular sites can deliver. And then effective, well, over the plan period, it's my same point, I won't repeat it, doesn't deliver anything after 2026, 2028, something like that. And in terms of consistency with national policy, the delivery over the plan period, that's a specific point required by paragraph 35. Paragraph 68 also refers to the need for a sufficient supply and mix of sites, taking into account availability, suitability and viability. And it goes on to refer to the preference for looking for specific developable land in the 11 to 15 year period. And there's no reason here why you can't identify that land now for Wymondham. And it ignores the recognition in paragraph 73 that supply can often be best achieved through a larger scale of development around existing towns. And that's important when you think about the village cluster preference in this plan. And then in terms of locational sustainability, again, similar points, we say that this plan is inconsistent with national policy because it's likely to encourage patterns of development that are unsustainable, particularly through far more being allocated to village clusters than in the largest main town in the plan going forward. And that's, for your note, is paragraph 105, paragraph 106, actively manage patterns of growth. Well, clearly the preference in national policy is to direct significant development in locations which are or can be made sustainable. And the largest main town has 150 dwellings allocated in this plan and a supply which will be exhausted with 10 years to run. And finally, sir, on compliance with national policy, I just refer you to paragraph 96 of the framework, and going back to education provision, there's recognition there that local planning authorities should work proactively, considering public service infrastructure, including further education provision. And we say there's no real consideration of this in the plan's evidence base. And Wymondham, again, a good example, there will be a need for further education provision when we get to the end of, when we exhaust existing allocations in the next few years. There'll be a need for further education provision to accommodate further growth. And that simply hasn't been taken into account in deciding that Wymondham should have only 150 dwellings newly allocated for the rest of the plan period. So that in brief is why we say that you should find here on this specific point that the plan is unsound. Now, it can be made sound, and it can be made sound by a more progressive approach to Wymondham. In other words, to realise that it has a supply problem after the next few years, and to look for allocations in Wymondham to ensure that it has balanced growth over the plan period, meeting the needs both of the settlement and indeed of the wider area through a sustainable location for development. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Turney. There was a full discussion about Wymondham yesterday, and I understand we'll be returning to strategic infrastructure matters under matter 5. But thank you for those comments. Okay, Mr. Snelling, did you wish to come in?
Yes, good morning, sir. Rob Snowling from Pigeon Investment Management. I'd just like to support the comments that Mr. Turney has made in respect of the main towns being overlooked. We'd fully support that comment, specifically in respect of the town of Diss. Also, in respect of the supply and mix of sites. But But I think really our objection to policy 7.2 and the way in which the main towns have been treated in the plan follows on from our objections to matter 2 that were rehearsed yesterday in respect of the direction of growth to the Norwich urban area and the saturation effectively of the market there, as opposed to looking to allocate sites within the market towns. And the same comment applies, and we'll be raising the same point under the next issue in respect to the key service villages as well. But in respect of this, I'd just like to specifically draw your attention, sir, to paragraph 354 of the plan, which specifically recognises this as being strategically located. The plan then goes on to acknowledge that it has the widest range of shops and services of the main towns, as well as a wide range of employment opportunities. And then following on from that point, this relies on people commuting into the town to maintain its economic base. And the proposals in the Greater Norwich local plan include the allocation of a further 10.8 hectares of employment land to this, which is something that we fully support. But that's only going to increase that level of commuting. So there seems to be a mismatch between jobs and homes. So we would advocate more homes being directed to this. And I think it's worth noting as well that this is receiving the lowest proportional growth of all the main towns. It's due to receive 763 homes up to the period to 2038, which equates to 0.1 home for every resident within the town. And given what I've said about the range of services and facilities that are available within the town, given the employment opportunities that are available in the town, the fact that this has a railway station, it's an eminently sustainable location that's capable of accommodating more of the growth. So we would advocate more growth going to this, and we'd suggest that is a way to solve the issues surrounding too much growth being directed to the Norwich urban area. I have some comments as well in respect of the frontier agriculture site, but I presume that we can come back to that under the sessions at the beginning of March.
If it's a proposed allocation, we'll be returning to each of those in turn. Yes. So hold your thoughts on that point then.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Tidnam, did you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. Without repeating what Richard Turney stated earlier, I said I'll just turn around and support everything he said. He's absolutely right. I just don't want to waste your time in repeating. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tidnam. Mr. Ward, did you wish to make a point?
Yes, thank you, sir. Ben Ward from Roscon Strategic Land. We made the point yesterday in the Matter 2 sessions that the strategic apportionment of growth to the main towns is clearly not consistent with their position in the hierarchy, the settlement hierarchy. And we do not believe that the very low level of growth apportioned to the main towns overall within policy 7.2 is consistent with the growth strategy of the plan as articulated in policy 1. We believe that net growth has been directed away from the more sustainable locations, i.e. the main towns, towards less sustainable locations such as the village clusters, and the result is a pattern of development that is not sustainable and clearly contrary to national policy. It seems to us that the main part of the reason for directing growth away from the main towns is due to the scale of existing commitments allocated in various area action plans which sit under the extant joint core strategy. But there has been no review whatsoever of whether the AAP's or the AAPs remain effective, and the intention seems to simply be to roll these forward, despite the fact that they will become time expired very shortly after the Greater Norwich local plan's anticipated adoption, as the AAPs only run to 2026. There is at least one location, sir, Long Stratton, which is covered by an AAP, that has manifestly failed. In Long Stratton's case, not a single dwelling of the 1,800 units allocated in the AAP have been delivered, despite the fact that that document was adopted approximately 6 years ago. Paragraph 366 of the GNLP states that the Long Stratton AAP may be reviewed separately to deliver additional housing within Long Stratton. With respect, we don't see how this is possible without a review to the GNLP itself, given that the GNLP does not apportion any net growth to Long Stratton whatsoever. And in essence, we consider that the GNLP must consider whether net growth should be allocated to Long Stratton to 2038 and determine the scale of that growth, rather than dealing with this through a review to an extremely old development plan document, which has not been fully considered in terms of whether it remains sound in terms of its approach to a key settlement within the plan area. No doubt the partnership so will draw your attention towards the fact that there are two pending planning applications for the allocation in the Long Stratton AAP, which were originally submitted in 2018. However, there is no indication that these will be determined anytime soon. We did note in the partnership's response to our Regulation 19 representations that the prospects of determination of both of these applications were good for 2021, but as we sit here in February 2022, no decision has materialised on either of those applications. But irrespective of the timing, the thing that seems most concerning about the Long Stratton 1800 allocation is the fact there is correspondence on the planning register to suggest that there are problems with viability. And it seems a virtual certainty that this allocation will not deliver the full policy compliant level of affordable housing that it is expected to do under policy. So the situation with respect to Long Stratton is quite it's quite strange to us, sir, in the sense that you have a very sustainable settlement which has had strategic growth allocated to it that has not delivered a single dwelling within the JCS plan period and likely will not, and the allocation that is expected to be brought forward, when it is brought forward, it will not contain, it will not bring forward affordable housing at a policy compliant level. And whilst there are a number of solutions to that, we don't feel that they have been effectively investigated through the GNLP, and for that reason the document is unsound. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ward. And just to highlight the fact that we'll be returning to the position with regards to commitments, so that includes sites with planning permission or sites allocated in lower order plans under matter 15. Mr. Jones, do you wish to come in?
Yeah, Mr. Ward has actually just stolen everything I wanted to say, or rather said it before me. So, but I would just reiterate the case for Long Stratton. Obviously, the 1,800 home allocation was supposed to be complete by 2026, and not a single dwelling has yet come forward. I believe the councils estimate 300 homes by 2026, which seems very, very unlikely. Mr. Spry yesterday, in his evidence, I believe, puts it at maybe 60 homes by 2026. I think that's probably generous as well. There's a need for deliverable sites in Long Stratton to come forward now, and particularly to deliver affordable housing now and before 2026. There's been very little housing development in Long Stratton given the size of the settlement for the whole of the joint core strategy period. and further delay, I think, it's just an untenable situation. So I support what Mr. Ward said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, we'll be returning to the commitments and delivery on commitments, sites term commitments by the GNLP under matter 15. I believe it is question 5. Okay. Do the partnership wish to respond to the points that have been raised? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll start with Long Stratton first. We'll go in reverse order because that's freshest in the mind. So in terms of deliver at Long Stratton, it is dependent on the bypass, and it always has been. That was in the Joint Course Strategy. Currently, the growth of it to become a main town is dependent on the delivery of the Area Action Plan. Now, considerable progress has been made recently on the bypass. And it's Norfolk County Council estimates that it will be completed in late 2024.
Sorry to stop you. Yeah. I don't want to go into detail on commitments at this stage. It's really a matter for matter 15. Apologies if you can hear clanging in the background. My 1.25-year-old daughter enjoys bashing pots and pans. I apologise.
Okay, and so in terms of in principle, we stand by our view on Long Stratton.
Okay.
In relation to DIS, again, we stand by our view on the appropriate amount of growth in DIS. The main constraint in DIS is the traffic system through the town, but no doubt that will be discussed at some point. And in relation to Wymondham, that was discussed at some length yesterday, along with our written submissions. I have nothing to add.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Are there any final comments before we move on from issue 2? Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move then on to issue 3, which relates to the key service centres. Question 1, obviously that's been covered above really in the discussion about exception sites for affordable housing. We don't need to revisit that again. Under question 2, I'll go around for comments in a second, but there's a couple of points I want to cover first. In the first instance, there was a statement submitted by Mr. Hugh Ivans, and I understand Mr. Ivans is deaf and so is unable to participate in the hearing sessions today. He's asked that I read out his statement and seek a comment from the partnership, so we'll take that approach. So Mr. Ivans' statement reads as follows. Matter 3, issue 3, the key service centres. My earlier representation to reference 23352 refers, while the designation of key service centres can be justified and is consistent with national policy, the GNLP selection of the 11 towns is laudable. The distribution of proposed housing growth amongst them is not. The fact that no additional housing is proposed for Reepham to 2036 over that allocated by the Broadland Site Allocations DPD is solely down to the RAP1 allocation and the RAP2 allocation not progressing in accordance with the approved development guidelines. In this case, the GNLP RAP1 allocation for, quote, approximately 100 homes in total, that is based on the 2016 Site Allocation DPD for approximately 100 to 120 homes in total, is no longer sound, not having been positively prepared or effective, as evidenced by the 3 drawn-out planning applications that now propose significant material changes to the RAP1 allocation and are not in accordance with either the current or proposed RAP1 allocation. In this case, it should be deallocated and a review of the other Reepham allocations undertaken to ensure a timely supply of housing for the remainder of the plan period 2036. Appreciate there are some site-specific policy comments there we'll return to, but I would like a comment from the partnership on Mr. Ivans' statement, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. We will provide this in writing, but in essence, there are currently no new allocations proposed in this key service centre. There are 2 carried forward residential allocations for 120 homes and a total of 35 additional dwellings with planning permission on small sites. This gives a total deliverable housing commitment for Reefham of 155 homes. High amounts of existing commitments and environmental and infrastructure constraints limit any additional potential for further housing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burrell. The second point I wanted to put to you, a representation has been submitted to the plan by Wroxham Football Club regarding the inclusion of their land within the settlement boundary for Wroxham. And in fact, similar points have been made by others with regards to the non-review of settlement boundaries in this plan. I think it'd be helpful for me if you could clarify why a review hasn't been undertaken of the detailed settlement boundaries in this plan, and provide a detailed comment on the Wroxham Football Club site in particular, if you could, please. Thank you.
Okay. The reason for the non-inclusion of settlement boundaries is that it will be dealt with through development management policies at a future date. The reality is that any site that is on the edge of an existing settlement where new development has taken place will be treated as being on the edge of that urban area. So policies such as exceptions policies would apply. The Wroxham site in itself, that I think it has been considered, has not been considered suitable for inclusion. In terms of Wroxham as a key service centre as a whole, there are no new allocations proposed and no allocations to be carried forward. The main reason for this is environmental constraints in Wroxham. It is on the Broads. It's not in the Broads Authority area, but it's by the Broads. And the availability of land is therefore very limited. And the main services in Wroxham itself are in the adjoining settlement of Hoverton, which is actually in North Norfolk, in the North Norfolk area, and growth is taking place in Hoverton.
Okay. I mean, the wider point about settlement boundaries is that that's in effect, I garner from your response, that's deferred to the lower order plans. Is that the approach you plan to take?
That's correct.
Any detailed review will be taking place then. Okay. It was Mr. Green from Wroxham Football Club who raised that point. I understand Mr. Green was due to appear here. I can't see him on the list of participants, but if he's appearing under another name, he's welcome to comment if he so wishes.
He's not here, Inspector.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there other comments anyone wants to make from around the room in relation to question 2 regarding whether policy 7.3 is justified, effective and consistent with national policy? Thank you. Mr. Snowden.
Thank you, sir. Rob Snowling, Pigeon Investment Management. I'd just like to come back on the comment that Mr. Burrell made in respect of the ability for Reefham to accommodate more growth. I think it's the same point that I raised, excuse me, in respect of the main towns, that it's quite clear that key service villages such as Reefham, and the same applies in many respects to Brundle as well, which is a highly sustainable location, also where the rail station have been simply overlooked within the plan because there are existing allocations within those settlements. We've submitted evidence as part of our representations to Regulation 19 consultation in respect of the sites in Reefham. So I realise you don't want to hear site specifics on emission sites. I won't go into the details of that, but that demonstrates that Reefham is capable of accommodating additional growth. I haven't seen any evidence that explains why Reefham, for example, can accommodate 150 homes, but it couldn't, for example, accommodate 200 homes. So I think that really highlights the point that some of the locations that are simply having rolled forward allocations have been overlooked as part of the plan, despite these being highly sustainable locations. Reetham in particular has a high school, has a range of services and facilities. Brundle, that I referred to, also has a number of services and facilities as well, and there's no reason why additional growth couldn't take place in these highly sustainable locations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Snelling. Mr. Smith, did you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, Chris Smith, Development Planner for Hopkins Homes. Yeah, just to, as Mr. Burrell's raised it, you'll note we've made comments in respect of Wroxham, and contrary to Mr. Burrell's comments, we do believe that growth should occur in Wroxham. It is a designated key service centre village. It has all the required facilities, and you'll note from the written comments we've made that we don't believe the reasons why growth hasn't been allocated there kind of stand up to scrutiny. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Asota Day, do you wish to come in?
Yes, Henry Asota Day, representing Clayland Estates Limited. So our point on policy 7.3, in the context of Hingham specifically, without going to specifics of the sites too much, is that at least 100 additional dwellings have been considered, and we consider this as a sound and effective mechanism. However, there is a shortfall due to sites pulling out, and I think if we feel a modification in this area is essential to make the policy compliant with the strategy in this area, because the strategy has not been met due to the site allocations at the moment. So we just wanted to highlight that point to you.
Okay, thank you. And that relates to the site north of Hingham that's been withdrawn by the promoter.
Yeah, yeah. It's the shortfall. That's 0503, which has been withdrawn. So yeah, there's a shortfall in that key service centre at the moment, which we've addressed in our objection, which you have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the partnership wish to respond to those comments that have been made?
And in relation to the final one on Hingham, yes, we note, and I'm sure you're aware, sir, that a site for 20 has been withdrawn from the plan, but we don't consider in strategic terms that is of great significance.
Okay, thank you. So let me catch up with my notes. It'll just be a second. Mr. Asota Day, you have your hand raised. Is that a legacy from before, or do you wish to make a supplementary point? Okay, thank you. That's covered all the points I had for issue 3. In programming terms, we're doing very well. We've progressed quite quickly. We've got issues 4, 5, and 6 to run through. Annette, presumably the participants for issue 4 aren't here yet. So,
correct, Inspector.
Does that indicate we need to break for lunch much earlier than we'd anticipated?
Ideally, yes. Issue 4 was programmed to start at 2 o'clock. I could endeavour to try and do something with that, Inspector, or we could have and enjoy a long lunch break. It's with yourselves.
Okay. I'm just looking at the questions I've got. Obviously, there are more questions for issue 4 and 5 and 6. Mr. Warden, do you have a view? But perhaps slightly I mean, we can't start the discussion now if people aren't here. It's whether we could start it slightly earlier, I suppose, is the possibility. Do you think that's worth considering, trying to start the afternoon session half an hour earlier if we were to break for lunch now?
I think only if Annette is able to ensure that all those participants can attend. Otherwise, I think we'll have to go for 2.
Okay.
I think I've got enough time to go for a 1:30 start to give people notice, if that would allow us then to gain some time for the afternoon.
It'd be useful if we could, but appreciate there might be people who've made the arrangements to be here at 2. So perhaps we could find out, Annette, perhaps we could break now and we could find out where we are and whether we could post an update through you, whether we can actually start at 1:30.
There are a number of people in this morning's session which are coming at 2 o'clock, so I'm assuming those participants will be fine. And it's just about 3 that I need to contact to join at 1:30, which makes me think that we can achieve this. So I'd be comfortable saying we'll start at 1:30. And obviously, if that differs, I'll come on at 1:30 and let people know. But I'm sure I'll be able to get in touch with them to start then.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll assume 1:30 unless we hear otherwise.
And those who are participating in the afternoon session, if that raises any problems, please contact Annette in the meantime.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, the hearings are adjourned now for lunch. We'll see you all later on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the examination of the Greater Norwich Local Plan. We will go on to pick up from where we left off in a little while, but Mr. Hatfield and I thought it'd be the appropriate point to just return to matter 2, one of the matter 2 issues that we didn't pick up yesterday that we said that we would come back to today, and that relates to the my question 7 under issue 2, which is about the South Norfolk Village Clusters Housing Site Allocations Local Plan. And since we're about to talk about village clusters, we thought it'd be appropriate to just deal with this point first, and then we'll move into village clusters. So I will deal with this point since it's a carryover from yesterday, and then Mr. Hatfield will take over for the rest of the issues in relation to this, and then I will pick up issue 6 as Mr. Hatfield indicated earlier. So if that is okay with everyone, I know that Mr. Neil in particular wanted to speak on this point. So if that's agreeable to everyone, that's what we'll do. So this is about the policy in the plan. In this plan, to effectively delegate 1,200 to allow for a minimum of 1,200 homes to be assigned through the South Norfolk Village Clusters Housing Site Allocations Plan. I'd just like to ask the council first, could you explain to us what is the basis for the 1,200? So, Mr. Morris?
Yes, it is. Sorry, sir. I was having technical difficulties.
No problem.
Failing to click the mouse, I think, was the problem. The evolution of the policy is described in our topic paper on policy 7.4, and the starting point was that we needed to have a meaningful amount of growth in village clusters. I think we discussed yesterday that there's no science to how you distribute growth between the hierarchy. It's more down to matters of judgment, taking account of evidence on capacity, etc. And the hierarchy provides a starting point, and then you cascade the development, but we don't cascade it in the sense of filling up every level of the hierarchy before ending up at the lowest tier. So in our plan, the village clusters are the lowest tier, and as I said, we wanted to make sure there was a meaningful amount of growth that would make a difference to village life, that would help support services. And as I said yesterday, that's not just physical infrastructure, but it's the social networks, the social infrastructure that keeps villages vibrant. So the 1,200 essentially came from an initial trawl of the sites that had been put forward to us, and which appeared to fit with the policy, was consistent with the capacity in the village of the school capacity, which was our starting point, and the sort of cumulative effect of finding suitable sites but keeping the numbers low in each location was that we ended up with about 1,200 dwellings in South Norfolk, and that's really the way it evolved. Thank you.
Thank you. And the South Norfolk Village Clusters Local Plan website refers to around about, I think something like 450 sites being submitted. Is that through your exercise that you did? In terms of does that tie in with your evidence that you collected to get to the 1,200?
Yes, sorry. My understanding is they took the sites that have been proposed through the Greater Norwich Local Plan, but have also done an additional trawl for sites, and indeed have had further sites put forward. So that number would include additional sites that they'd found But we did have a very large number of sites to look at in the initial assessment for the Greater Norwich Local Plan. They probably reconsulted on sites that we may have thought weren't quite up to scratch, but I'm not sure. I can't give you the breakdown of what they're doing.
And the policy refers to a minimum of 1,200. Why is it referred to as a minimum?
Because we thought that they could achieve more, and we didn't want to sort of put a absolute cap on it in case they could achieve a bit more. But it's probably I don't think there's any expectation that they will significantly exceed the 1,200. Certainly not from the GNLP perspective. We're not relying on them exceeding it.
Okay, I've got some further questions, but it's probably an appropriate time to bring Mr. Neil in. He's got his hand up. Thank you, Mr. Morris, for now. Thank you. Mr. Neil.
Thank you, sir. I mean, what we've heard is a thoroughly unsatisfactory explanation for why in this plan there is a policy that provides for a minimum and assumes a minimum of 1,200 houses to come forward through an entirely different plan making process. I mean, let's be clear here. There is nothing in this plan that constrains the South Norfolk Village cluster plan to any particular number. And for what we've just heard from Mr. Morris, he seems to agree with that there's no basis to go beyond 1,200. I mean, my submission, there's no evidence, and I've had a look in the growth strategy paper. There's no actual evidence in this evidence base for this examination as to the 1,200. Set aside whether it should be a minimum or not. I mean, what we have here is this plan was promoted and came forward at Reg 19 stage, as I understand it, when the South Norfolk Village Cluster document had only reached Regulation 18 stage. I'm not sure what stage it's at the moment, but that anything could happen in that process, and in which case the assumption in this plan that there would be 1,200 houses brought forward, which has been included in the housing supply figure, is completely unsound. I mean, what should have happened is there should have been a constraint put upon if it was going to be left to the South Norfolk Village cluster policy to allocate sites, then there should have been a constraint put on that number and a thorough investigation of what would be an appropriate number. But there is no evidence of any rigorous scrutiny of whether that 1,200 number is sustainable and on what basis it's being decided upon. It is not set out in any detail at all in the topic paper, as far as I can see, but I stand to be corrected on that. But so on two different levels, it's fundamentally unsound. First of all, it's unsound to have a minimum in this policy, 1,200. And in any event, it's fundamentally unsound to place reliance on a plan that's that is coming out of step and not in tandem with this particular plan. It's fun. You can have a site, of course, you can have a site allocations document being promoted at the same time as for example, a core strategy, but you should have them dealt with in tandem and not left, in this case, to be completely out of sequence. My third point is look at what happened with Broadland. There, if one looks at policy 7.4 in the plan, you have a clear specified number for Broadland, and that's not left to any particular site allocations document. So it'd be interesting to know why a different approach has been adopted to the South Norfolk Village clusters. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Neil. Just a question to you, Mr. Neil. Is it not an approach that plans would identify numbers to be identified in, for example, neighbourhood plans, and isn't that may not be in tandem, that may come forward following the adoption of the local plan or core strategy. Is that not a typical approach that works elsewhere?
But that can be an approach if there is a constraint placed upon the numbers to be expected to be brought forward in that plan. But in this case, it's a complete free-for-all, because it just says a minimum. There's no interrogation of that number, and there's no cap put on it. And it's that is the problem. And in any event, the basis for the 1200 is completely unsound, because there's no evidence. It's not in the evidence base before this examination as to what that 1200 is based on. But no, in principle, of course, you can have a certain number left to a particular neighbourhood plan. But the problem here is it's the minimum that's been specified in the policy.
Thank you. Mr. Bird has got his hand up. Would you like to come in, Mr. Bird?
So yes, I won't repeat the point that you've. So I won't repeat the point you've just made, which is the point I was about to make. So of course it's entirely usual to have a strategic plan, effectively identifying provision which will be then made by lower order plans. The other point I would make is, of course, the South Norfolk Village Cluster local plan will be prepared and is being prepared in the context of the other draft policies of this plan, which include all of the sustainability requirements and other locational guidance which it provides. So it sets the broader context. And Mr. Morris has explained how the 1200 figure was identified, and it seems to me that the principal concern of the CPRE is the use of the minimum figure, as opposed to any other genuine concern as to the policy.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. Mr. Morris, do you want to come back on those points as well?
No, just to clarify, I think this question came up before, that the Reg 19 publication is due in June of the South Norfolk plan, so it would take account of progress that we've made on the Greater Norwich local plan.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Hogg and then Mr. Turney.
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure that Mr. Bird is entirely correct in saying that Mr. Morris explained satisfactorily how the number of 1200 was arrived at. As I understand Mr. Morris's explanation, there was a cascading down, and what was not caught at higher levels ended up at the bottom, going to the bottom tier of the thing. I know Mr. Morris well enough to know that he didn't really mean that, but that's how it came across. I think we need to put it in context, because we're not just talking about a minimum of 1200 in South Norfolk. The actual development, and this is a very pertinent point, that will happen in village clusters is a combination of existing allocations added to the new allocations, added to windfalls that will crop up within villages, added to, if policy 7.5 is adopted, additional numbers there. So the combination of existing deliverable commitment plus new allocations in Broadland and South Norfolk would deliver 4,220, which is where the 9% figure of the total number comes from. But in reality, of the 4,450 possible windfalls, probably half of them could be in villages. That's another 2,000 on top of the 4,220. Then there's going to be policy 7.5 would add another 800. You could easily go up to 7,000 houses in village clusters, which is a lot more than 9%, and also is dispersal plus, and is bad for the environment, bad in terms of gobbling up green fields, and we mustn't just look at the minimum of 1,200 or up to 482, which is inconsistent, up to in one authority, minimum of in another.
we mustn't just look at those two figures. We must look at the total amount. And I know in the next issue, we're going to be looking at how these windfalls and 7.5s relate. But I just wanted to put it in that context. The development in village clusters will be a lot more than the new allocations to village clusters. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Huck. Mr. Turney.
So Richard Turney for Wellbeck. I think just sort of seeing Mr. Neal's point from the other end of the telescope, he's concerned about there being a minimum figure. But one of the issues in the way in which Mr. Morris explains that figure is the complete uncertainty that this subsequent allocations plan can actually deliver 1,200 homes, and that's the issue. It's relied on to deliver that quantum in the plan, but query whether it can do, particularly in the face of opposition, doubtless from Mr. Neal's clients and others, and that's a risk for the housing numbers in the plan itself. Beyond the issues that are raised about the suitability and appropriateness of leaving so much development over to village clusters.
Thank you, Mr. Turney. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, sir, and for allowing me just to come back in on this point. That particular risk that Mr. Turney rightly identifies is actually a risk that the partnership itself has flagged up in its response to your questions in document D13, paragraph 26, where slightly alarmingly, it raises the prospect of speculative planning applications coming in if the South Norfolk Village Cluster Plan is not adopted or delivered, which is precisely the risk Mr. Turney outlines, and precisely one of the particular concerns as well of CPRE, because the last thing anyone CPRE would want is speculative applications coming forward, circumstances where there's a lack of an up-to-date plan for that area. So what one other matter I'd just like to highlight is what I still don't understand is why is there a different why are the allocations in South Norfolk Village clusters being dealt with in this way through a separate site allocations plan rather than being dealt with now? If the data was there, then why isn't it? What is it say? Why does it require a separate policy document for those sites to be dealt with? And what is the specific justification for that? Would be interesting to hear the answer, if you may, so from Mr. Morris to that particular question.
Yes, Mr. Neal. Be interested to hear the answer to that question. Mr. Morris, and I'm aware of your so in relation to the first point that Mr. Neal has raised on that, I'm aware of your answer to our question that if the South Norfolk Village Cluster Plan did not happen, if it work stopped on it, then what would happen? And then there's Mr. Neal's other point that he's just made about the difference in approach in relation to South Norfolk compared to Broadland.
Sorry about that. It's a mouse trouble again. So the first question was, what would happen if the 1,200 didn't materialise, if the plan failed?
If the plan didn't happen, what happens?
I think we've got every confidence that it will happen. South Norfolk members are very keen on this policy and approach. I'm sure they will continue with the plan. They've been through Reg 18. They've invested a lot of time and effort into it, and they're planning on getting to Reg 19. There is a risk, I suppose, that they may not achieve the full 1,200, but I think there's no doubt, given the number of sites that have been put forward to them, that they, and the fact, as I said, the work that we did previously that found that we could get to about 1,200 with the sites in the initial trawl. So I think if there's any risk, it is marginal, and it is, I suppose, also covered by the very large buffers that we have. If there's a small shortfall of 100, 200 dwellings, it's de minimis in the scheme of things.
But there's no limit, is there, from this policy? There's no limit to South Norfolk identifying 1,800, for example.
There's no limit in the plan. That's correct.
And so, from a policy perspective, should there be a limit? Should it be described in around 1,200 or some other description rather than a minimum? Why is it a minimum?
It was a minimum because I think when the policy was written, it was felt that a little more could be achieved, but we didn't have the evidence to hand for that. It was felt by South Norfolk more could be achieved. I thought we'd be happy to take away and consider whether the words, around 1,200 would be more sensible.
And just for Broadland, because Mr. Hook had made the point of Broadland, he said it was up to, and I don't think the policy is up to. It's provide 482, isn't it? So it's not. That is probably around 482, isn't it? In terms of provide 482, it's not a minimum.
No, it's the sites that are allocated in this GNLP total 482. But as we all know, sites sometimes come forward with a couple more or a few less houses. But so it probably is around 482 in outcome.
And then Mr. Neal's other point around why is there a different approach in South Norfolk?
Well, the justification is fully set out. I think it's in our topic paper. Also described in the plan itself. But essentially, the issue is that I can. So in topic paper 7.4. Topic paper on 7.4, paragraph 39 explains where we got to and makes links to other documents. I mean, essentially, the issue is that South Norfolk is a very much larger rural area than Broadland, and it was felt that more time was needed to interrogate the sites that have been put forward, to seek other sites, to give more choice at that time. But we were all very keen that the overall plan was not held up. So it was felt best to carve out the South Norfolk Village Cluster element and deal with that separately.
Thank you. Mr. Neal, would you, well, I don't know whether Mr. Hook and Mr. Neal are speaking on the same point. Mr. Hook, you've got your hand up.
Thank you, sir. Yes, it's just I'm just looking at the exact wording on page 55 of the Reg 19 draft of the plan. For Broadland, the words up to 482 are there. That is what's in the box of new allocations. And the wording for South Norfolk is a minimum of 1,200. So the words up to are used in that section. I agree with Mr. Morris. It would be very desirable if the minimum of 1,200 could be changed to around 1,200. We still think that's too much, but that would be maybe in both instances around 480 and around 1,200 would bring a consistency to the plan between the two authorities. And so I would certainly favour a change to an around figure rather than a minimum of, because as you quite rightly point out, sir, it could be 1,800 to 2,400. Where's the ceiling? So I just want to draw your attention to the exact wording on that table. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Hook, can you just bring that to my attention? Which page is it on?
It's page 55. It's on policy 1, the sustainable growth strategy. it starts on page 54. That's where policy 1 begins, the sustainable growth strategy. Then there's a subheading, settlement hierarchy, and then housing. And then on page 55, there's this table which cascades down the numbers from Norwich urban area through main towns, key service centres, village clusters into totals. And that's where this wording is.
Where is the up to?
In village clusters, see appendix 5, details of the clusters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then under new allocations next to Broadland, there's existing deliverable commitment of 1,146. Then there's a box with up to 482 in it. That's what I've got on my screen for which you get on the Regulation 19 draft plan.
I'm missing up to.
Yeah, this was the online version.
In the box it says village clusters, then it's broken down into 2 areas. In the remaining parts of Broadland, see policy 7.4 and the GNLP sites plan.
Yep.
And then it goes across and says 482.
I've got 2 columns: an existing delivery commitment, including uplift and delivery, which shows next to the statement you just read out, sir, of 1,146. Then the column next to that is new allocations up to 482, and then a total minimum deliverable housing commitment in the following final column, which is 4,220.
My version doesn't say up to. I wonder if Mr. Morris, if you're able to just help me with that.
Yeah,
might be a minor point in the context of the questions, but I'm just interested to know whether I've got the right version of the table or whether I'm looking in the wrong place.
I have the same version as you, Mr. Warden. It doesn't say up to. I think Mr. Hook must have a previous version. I'm looking at the online version as well, one from our website, GNLP website. So it doesn't say up to in that location.
Well, this is what I'm getting when I click on the Regulation 19 draft on your website. So presumably there's more than one version there. And I mean, as you say, it's a pedantic point, but the main point would be it would be more consistent if each one was around, and therefore I do support Mr. Morris if he would be able to change the minimum number for South Norfolk to around, using the word around rather than minimum. So I'll go and I'll go and look online and see, and should I email through to Annette Feeney the exact source of what I'm looking at? That might, rather than take up any more time now.
It might be helpful, Mr. Hook. I think it may be possible. You might possibly be looking at an earlier version.
Yeah.
Mr. Morris and I are looking at the publication version. So.
Yeah, I will do that, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Neil, did you want to come back?
So I'm grateful. My only point is that the document that you've been referred to, the topic paper by Mr. Morris, doesn't actually, other than just saying that there are lots of villages, service villages, etc., in South Norfolk, doesn't, in my submission, make any particular justification for why a different approach should have been taken to Broadland, other than if one looks at paragraph 39 of that topic paper. The reality, it seems, is that when you look at paragraph 41 of topic papers, the topic paper for policy 7.4, it seems that it's just haste. It's timing and haste that's led to this approach, because it says the intention is to progress the South Norfolk plan as quickly as possible. And since it's separate to GNLP, it will not delay the GNLP's progress. I think one can infer from that is that they didn't want what was going on in South Norfolk to hold up this particular plan. But that's no reason in principle to adopt a different approach to anywhere else in the area. And my second point is that that topic paper itself says that the draft South Norfolk plan exceeds 1,200 homes. So the change that Mr. Morris is making could actually be fairly fundamental and indeed fatal to the South Norfolk Village cluster plan. I don't know what the particular number is, but it's on the face of it, it's already exceeding 1,200 homes. So this tweak, in inverted commas, that's being proposed, welcome as it is, really highlights the unsoundness, the fundamental unsoundness of the approach, because it's going to be throwing a massive spanner in the works of a plan that apparently is going to be published under the Regulation 19 stage in June, July, and that just highlights the problems that the partnership has set up for itself in adopting this, in my submission, bizarre approach. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Mr. Bird.
So yes, I'm not going to engage with the hyperbole in that. I'm just going to refer you to the topic paper, which Mr. Morris referred to. I invite you in due course to read 38, 39, 40 and 41 together, rather than selectively. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. Are there any other points that people wish to make in relation to this question 7 from yesterday in relation to the South Norfolk plan? Okay. Well, thank you for your contributions on that. I don't have any more questions. So what we're going to do, we're going to move back to matter 3 now. And sorry, Mr. Neal, is that okay with you?
So apologies, that was an accidental press of the button.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move now to back to matter 3 on village clusters, and I'm going to hand over to Mr. Hatfield.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Okay, we concluded before lunch issues 1 to 3. Issue 4 is village clusters. Obviously, we've just dealt with the South Norfolk issue. Question 1 under issue 4. This stemmed really from the wording at the clause at the end of the housing section of the policy. That reads, the cumulative amount of windfall development permitted during the plan period should not have a negative impact on the character and scale of settlements in a village cluster. Could the partnership just set out what the thinking behind putting that clause into the policy was, and what was it intending to prevent? Thank you.
I think in many cases, in most cases, perhaps that there will be the capacity and the ability to develop a number of sites within village boundaries, but there will also be the need to make sure that the character and functioning and so forth of the village is not prejudiced by too much development. So it's kind of basic planning approach, really. It's not saying that we expect there to be such impact. It's saying that we expect such impact to be taken into account when windfall development within settlement boundaries is proposed.
Do you think that's clear enough in order to guide decision making at development management level? Is it clear where any threshold would apply?
I think that the threshold will vary. I think that's what I was trying to get at in my first part of my answer. So it's that threshold will vary village on village. It would depend on the character of the village and the environment of the village. We thought it was sufficient for development management policies, and the policies have been developed with development management colleagues. So yeah, we believe it's a sound approach and gives enough information on how applications to be determined. I mean, as was said previously by Mr. Bird, the other policies of the plan still apply.
Okay, that's helpful clarification, Mr. Morris. Are there any other questions on or any other comments on question 1? No. Okay. Question 2, again, similarly, this is a minor point really, and about clarity more than anything else. I note that the partnership set out a minor amendment in its or minor modification, minor change in wording in its statement, and I think that would resolve any ambiguity. So I think that should be carried forward. Question 3. How does this policy relate to 7.5? I think that probably cross-relates more when I was thinking about this in my preparation to question 1 under issue 5. So I think we'll return to that matter then, really. There's definitely an overlap between those 2 points, so we'll come back to that point. With regards to question 4, I should skip ahead here. No. Okay, with regards to question 4, I've got everything I need from the statements to answer my questions. Are there any comments from around the room? I see Mr. Turney has his hand raised. Did you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. I mean, I suspect you've got the point already, but the particular point that I wanted to emphasise is going back to this relationship towards education provision. And we do say, you know, this is an unsustainable pattern of development, or potentially an unsustainable pattern of development that's being encouraged. The reference to clustering around education provision makes an assumption which doesn't hold out, and we've explained in our hearing statement why that is, why it doesn't hold out, but it makes an assumption that primary schools are indicators of access to services, and in many cases they won't be. The secondary assumption that's made in those policies is around the ability to deliver primary school capacity, whether in expanding existing provision or making use of vacancy in existing provision. And again, there's no proper consideration of that or analysis of school capacity, and we've set out an example of that in our hearing statement again. So what this all leads to is, in the terms in which it's framed, this policy runs a significant risk, and we say likelihood, of driving unsustainable patterns of development. And therefore, it effectively would encourage development in locations which aren't well served by services, and falls flatly against national policy, paragraphs 105, 106 of the NPPF. And again, go back to the consideration of alternatives. There are alternatives to this, which include locating more development next to sustainable locations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Neal, did you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. CPRE entirely endorses what Mr. Turney said, and this comes back to the discussions yesterday in terms of the growth strategy altogether. Of course, this is not consistent with national policy, because it is encouraging not only a significant amount of development to be constructed in locations that are poorly served by public transport, services and facilities, but more to the point, an uncertain number to be constructed. You've heard from Mr. Hook. It's not 9%. It could go up to as much. When you look at this question in tandem with policy 7.5 and the windfall policy, so you could be looking at anything up to 15% of development being pushed out to these cluster areas, and we say that just simply cannot be in accordance with the references in the NPPF that Mr. Turney's just referred to, in particular paragraph 105. The planning system should actively manage patterns of growth in support of the objectives set out in 104. significant development should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable. So it's not just this policy, but one has to look at the effect of this policy in tandem with policy 7.5 as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Mr. Snelling, do you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. I think the point that I just wanted to add was to follow up on the point about the policy leading to less sustainable patterns of growth. I won't repeat what others have said in that regard, but one of the fundamental concerns that we've raised in our submissions to you is that it does this in a way that potentially overlooks more sustainable allocation options within the main towns and the key service villages. So to give an example, the South Norfolk Village Clusters Plan identifies Little Melton as a village that forms part of a cluster. Heatherset, on the other hand, is identified as a key service centre and therefore is excluded. What that means is that a more sustainable location or site in a more sustainable location is not put on a level playing field alongside the sites that will be considered as part of the village clusters plan. And we think that that will lead to less sustainable sites inevitably being allocated when there are other options for growth in more sustainable locations, namely within the key service centres and within the main towns.
Thank you. Mr. Morris, did you wish to respond to those points?
Taking the last one first, Mr. Snowling seems to be basically saying there should be no growth in rural villages. If his interpretation of sustainability means that growth should only go in higher order settlements, I don't think that's a tenable position for a local plan to take that covers such a large rural area. The MPPF, we've had references to the MPPF. Well, of course, the MPPF also has paragraph 78 and 79, which talk about promoting sustainable development in rural areas. Housing should be located where it will enhance the vitality of rural communities. Planning policies should identify opportunities for villages to grow and thrive, especially where this will support local services. So, you know, as with many planning policies, the MPPF does give a range of guidance that we need to take account of. I mean, in terms of whether whether village clusters are sustainable or not, well, and whether they contain services or not, the majority of villages which have received growth in Broadland village clusters would have been service villages under previous hierarchies. That's the nature of villages, is that quite often, if they've got a primary school still, then they have other services as well. And when we've got to the allocation of sites, we've taken account of whether there are other services in the villages. So where there is more services, we've tended to put more growth, allocate more growth. There's also quite a narrow interpretation of what sustainability means, and that one of the reasons for the approach we've taken with village clustering and making sure there's meaningful levels of growth is to recognise there's also social aspects of sustainability, which we often hear about, villages dying and so forth, no new blood and all those kind of statements. This is an attempt to make sure that there is some vitality brought to villages by having reasonable and meaningful levels of growth. On the issue of school capacities, well, our children's services colleagues were fully engaged in this process in the selection of sites and the capacity issues. And from memory, I believe you get about 25 primary school kids per 100 dwellings in this part of the world, something like that. So our minimum level of growth of sort of 15 to 20 dwellings would generate maybe 3 to 5 children, hardly going to swamp the school. So that's why, even if there's not actually any current capacity in the school, children's services were quite comfortable that 15 to 20 dwellings as a starting point was not going to overload the school. And there are other schools where there is capacity which this would help support. Schools provide a useful proxy for social, the idea of village clusters, and they provide other facilities to the village other than just education. So it was a ready-made starting point. And I'd also just finally add, and you'll have seen that the where we've actually selected the sites in Broadland, the criteria is that not just there's a school with some capacity or the level of growth can be absorbed, but also that there is a safe route, and that usually means it's very close and with a pavement, footpath access.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morris. Just let me catch up on my notes before I move on to the next question. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I'm going to move on to question 5 now, which is, will this policy apply in the areas covered by the South Norfolk Village Clusters Housing Allocation Local Plan? It was a clarification point, and I've got everything I need from the statements in that regard, unless there are any other comments from around the room. No. Okay. Question 6 again was a point of clarification. I think it's just us checking, really, given that the term windfall had been used, that there wasn't another category of site in the supply. And again, there's been some helpful clarification in that regard in the statement. So I don't have any further questions in relation to question 6. Are there any comments from around the room on that point? Okay. Question 7.4 is the broader question we've asked in relation to each of these policies. Is that policy 7.4 otherwise justified, effective and consistent with national policy? I had a couple of very minor questions about or detailed questions, I should say, about the wording of the policy before I open up for comments around the room. Taking the section of the policy that follows, additional sites may be provided in village clusters by : point 1 under that refers to infill development within settlement boundaries. It's a detailed point, but does the word infill mean that there's an additional criteria that not only does a site have to be within the settlement boundary, but more than that, it needs to qualify as quote unquote infill? And does that create a two-step process whereby it's not just the fact that a site's within the settlement boundary that development would be acceptable? Just as a point of clarification to start with, Mr. Morris.
Sorry, failure to unmute. It's not meant to be a separate criteria to jump over. It means sites within the development boundary.
I may have spent too much of my career as a planning inspector dealing with greenbelt appeals and limited infilling in villages, and hitting each of those points: limited 1, infilling 2, in a village 3. Maybe that's where the question stems from. I thought to remove any ambiguity, would the deletion of the word infill be objectionable to you in any way, and would that remove that ambiguity? It's a question for you, really.
Clearly, you have the most experience of ambiguities in cases brought in front of you, so I think we would happily consider taking out the word infill.
I've dealt with perhaps too many greenbelt planning appeals where the debate as to whether a site constitutes infill or not has been enough of a head scratcher for that to ring alarm bells. Let me put it that way. If nothing is lost by the deletion of the word infill, I think that would save you potentially some grief at application stage. So that'd be my suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay. A second, again, detailed point. It relates to point 2. Following, obviously, we've been discussing point 1 a second ago, infill development within settlement boundaries. Point 2, which follows that, discusses affordable housing-led development. I think I'd mentioned when we discussed this point under 7.2 that the terminology might benefit from mirroring the framework. And I think there's a further point in that regard here. because it says, if necessary for viability, up to a maximum of 50, and in relation to an element of market housing. The framework uses the term where essential to enable the delivery of affordable units without grant funding. You might think it's a fine point, but it struck me that the wording in the framework is slightly stronger. And in order to ensure that you don't have applications where a greater than necessary amount of market housing is pushed, it's a point for you to consider, but it struck me that the wording in the framework was perhaps slightly stronger than the wording you suggested there in relation to the element of market housing. I'd say it's a point for you to consider. But,
yeah, I think we're happy to take that away and consider it. I'm not sure again, whether it was intended to be.
Minor, what seem like detailed points I've determined over 500 planning appeals, and what seem like detailed points can often come to bite you at that stage. That's where the comment comes from.
Okay, we'll take that away and have a look at it alongside the other questions that are raised under previous questions around the affordable housing exception sites.
Okay. Are there any other comments in relation to question 7 under issue 4? I think Mr. Hook raised his hand first, so Mr. Hook, please.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, in terms of impacts on facilities, services, public transport, again, I repeat the point that we're not just looking at the new allocations in village clusters, we're looking at the total amount of development that would occur in village clusters, and whether that total, which is 4,220 plus policy 7.5 plus windfalls, would lead to problems in the villages. So can we look at always bear in mind and have in the background how much total development will be going into villages rather than just the additional new allocations. I think that's very important to see it in the round in that sense. Thank you.
Okay, I'm coming on to policy 7.5 in a short while as well, Mr. Hook. Mr. Turney, did you wish to come in?
So yes, just a very brief point, and effectively something we've already touched on, but in terms of compliance with national policy, I think the overall point is, whilst of course, as Mr. Morris says, you've got to look at sustainability as including the principle that you would seek to support rural communities by the provision of new housing. Of course, that's right. But that's a very fact-specific exercise. And what's been done here is a generalised assumption that these village communities can support new development. If I can just refer to our hearing statement on this matter, paragraphs 1.29 to 1.31. I won't read it all out, but we give some examples there, concrete examples in villages in South Norfolk of where these problems arise. And for example, Mr. Morris said in his response, he referred to accessibility to primary schools, but we give an example there. Toft Monks is the village in question. The primary school is remote, it's isolated, it lies on an A road, some walking distance from any other dwellings, and on a busy A road. That is an example of a site where if you were coming forward to look at village development, you would say, well, actually, development is not supporting those community provisions. It's not necessarily well connected to them, and you judge that on a site-specific basis. So an assumption that you will have a sustainable pattern of development because you're putting it in villages and that will support existing services is in our view, not actually made out. And therefore, there's real doubt about the sustainability and thus the suitability of these prospective allocations in villages in South Norfolk in particular.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Turney. Mr. Bloomfield, do you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, Graham Bloomfield from Sequence, representing Simpson and Watts. Sorry, my camera's just popped on now. Yeah, it's just a very minor point that the reference to sort of infill or infill sites within the settlement boundary or affordable housing schemes adjacent to the boundary as a sort of additional development under policy 7.4 is very much reliant on the drafting of those settlement boundaries. And I think it's to flag a point that we will we've made in our representations and will come up in a later matter, that the success or otherwise of that policy is dependent on the drafting of the settlement boundaries themselves. And we've raised concerns of the consistency of those boundaries, in particular with regards to Horsford, which excludes a large amount of built developments outside of the boundary. And obviously the ability, that will impact upon sites that can benefit or not from policy 7.4. So I think it's a matter we'll return to at a future point in time, but just wanted to raise a flag to that now, really.
Thank you, Mr. Bloomfield. I appreciate, Mr. Morris, that I think a similar question I raised about settlement boundaries under issue 3. But if you could address that point as well as the other points that have been raised, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Yes, on the settlement boundaries, the answer that was given previously was that they will be looked at through the development management policies. But we would envisage in practice that where there has been development on the edge of a development, that in practice that will be considered to be the edge, the new edge of the development. Mr. Turney's examples were, and his concerns were all about the South Norfolk plan, which clearly will be matters that will be discussed at the future public examination into that plan. As we've said before, that plan is only allocating sites. All the other policies that will apply will either be in their own DM policies or they will be in this plan. At the next set of sessions in March, you'll be looking at sites and then the suitability of the Broadland village cluster sites can be looked at. I think we'll come back to another point. We are talking in South Norfolk about 48 village clusters, which encompass 116 villages. So there's it's a very large rural area with its needs and its abilities to absorb growth. Mr. Hook raised the issue of our pre-existing commitment in village clusters. That figure is a bit distorted, if you like, because some village clusters have very large commitments, and we've discussed Horsford and its 440 dwellings before. So, that's one example. And I believe in my answers to the matter 2 on the settlement hierarchy, I referred to 4 other village clusters that have over 100 dwellings, including the Great and Little Plumstead, which is close to Norwich, and the others escape me at the minute. But just to point out that the existing commitment in clusters may not be in sort of deeply rural villages. They may be in villages around the city and quite high levels.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morris. Mr. Hook, did you wish to respond?
Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Morris is quite right about some villages having a big chunk of that existing deliverable commitment, but he will also be aware of the fact that there are other elements of the deliverable commitment being carried forward, while not in village clusters, will impact greatly upon villages in those clusters and are very much larger numbers. For instance, east of Long Stratton, there's an 1800 site to be developed, which is adjacent to very attractive rural communities, Stratton Wood Green, Morningthorpe and Fritton. And although it's not in their village cluster, 1800 houses adjoining those settlements will have a major impact on the countryside and those settlements. So I would say that rather than diminishing the impact of existing deliverable commitments on the countryside, we should look at within the 31,000 carried forward, we should look at all those commitments. Most of them are on greenfield sites. Many of them will be near village clusters, and their impact together with the village cluster impact in the round is what we should look at, rather than just look at these numbers individually. I suspect there's a heck of a lot more of those deliverable commitments that will impact the countryside and village commitments than come up through the existing deliverable figures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hook. Did you want to make a final response before we move on, Mr. Morris?
No, I don't think I've got anything to add, so thank you.
Okay. Are there any other final questions on issue 4 before we move on to issue 5? Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got an hour on issue 5 before the well, timetabling wise, we start at 1:30. We would usually run 2 till 3:30, wouldn't we, Net? So we've got another hour in this session. Because it's a longer session, do we need to have a 5-minute break to allow people to come in for issue 5? Is there much transition between people from issues 4 and issues 5, or are we good to go straight into it?
We're ready, Inspector. I've let the people into the meeting already. However, if you would like to have a 5-minute break, feel free to say.
Mr. Morris, yes.
I wouldn't mind a 5-minute comfort break.
Well, I can have a 5-minute comfort break, and I appreciate the session immediately after lunch is often sometimes
the more difficult,
more trying. So if we have a 5-minute break and come back at 14:35, then that'll give people just a chance to refresh themselves. Okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes then. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope everyone's feeling refreshed after that short break. We'll move now on to issue 5, which is small scale windfall housing development. I think just to set the scene for this policy, it helps if the partnership could set out the main aims of the policy, the thinking behind it, and what benefits it is hoped the policy will achieve. Thank you.
Sorry about that, sir.
Okay.
Lost my thread. Okay. The aims of the policy are really to provide these very small scale opportunities for local people to provide themselves or to have provided accommodation in and around existing villages and recognisable settlements. It is very small scale. We're talking about developments of 1 to 3 dwellings in some villages, up to 5 in the larger villages. That's really the fundamental aim, is to provide these small scale opportunities which will benefit the local economy by supporting small builders. I mean, there are definitely sites that the major builders are not going to be interested in. It will help stimulate the growth of those small builders to enable them then to compete for some of the larger sites if they want to. So it's both has a beneficial economic impact and a beneficial social impact, and provides an opportunity that hasn't really been there before, on the edge of a settlement boundary or within an existing cluster of development. I think that's all I'd need to say by way of introduction.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burrow. Mr. Morris, sorry. Okay, question 1 was, to what geographical area would policy 7.5 apply? Thank you for the clarification provided in the hearing statement. Just so I'm entirely clear, is it the case that the entirety of both Broadland and South Norfolk districts are parished?
Yes, they are.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. We'll move on to question 2 then. That was simply a point of clarification in relation to point 1. So question 2 is, would policy 7.5 encourage new dwellings to be constructed in locations that are poorly served by public transport, services and facilities? Would it be consistent with national policy in this regard? Now, as currently worded, the policy would allow for up to either 3 or 5 dwellings on sites within or adjacent to a recognisable group of dwellings. As currently worded, that would allow, for example, new housing next to a short terrace or ribbon development in a remote location away from existing settlements, at least to my reading. Is that consistent with paragraph 80 of the framework, which seeks to avoid the development of isolated homes in the countryside?
Well, we wouldn't consider them to be isolated, sir, because they would be within a recognisable group of dwellings. And yeah, that it's not our intention that this policy be used to create dwellings in the middle of nowhere.
I think my concern was rested with the term recognisable group of dwellings, because that could certainly be interpreted to apply to, say, a very short terrace, which may be in a remote rural location for purely historic reasons. A recognisable group of dwellings could be 6 dwellings or less, even in a short ribbon, which wouldn't constitute a settlement. And with regards to the definition of the word isolated, for the purposes of the framework test, the case law on that's quite clear, is that the isolated is, and I think the test comes from the Baintree judgment, it's whether the development would be physically isolated in the sense of being isolated from a settlement. So the fact that it's next to a very, very short terrace or section of ribbon development, it could still be isolated in the context of the framework as per the Baintree judgment. And that's where the concerns stem from. So what would your response to that point be, Mr. Morris?
I think my response would have to be, if you consider that it goes to the soundness of the plan, we would have to consider whether those words stay in the policy.
Okay. I've got a couple of hands raised. Mr. Neal, yours was raised first. Do you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. We CPRE certainly share that concern over the that particular term in the policy. I mean, as we just refer you to what we've said in our hearing statement. This policy doesn't look at site suitability or sustainability. I mean, by definition, because it's a windfall policy. There is a substantial amount of development assumed to come forward under this kind of windfall policy. I don't have the precise figure in front of me, but it's on any analysis, it's substantial. So referring to it being small scale, maybe small scale within the terms of the AIM policy, but not when you take the plan as a whole. What we're dealing with is a fairly substantial amount of housing that's not going to be put through any kind of site assessment process for allocated sites. Yet, as you've already highlighted, sir, their location of this development under this policy is going to be mostly in more sensitive and less sustainable, isolated and made out greenfield locations. So we think that's going to see the extension of settlement boundaries and indeed isolated development in a completely unplanned and unregulated way, which is clearly contrary to the NPPF paragraph 11 and the rest of NPPF policies relating to sustainability.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Mr. Durant, you've got your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, sir. Ed Durant from Pegasus Group on behalf of Barrett and David Wilson Homes. Our client thinks that this is an innovative policy and supports the broad principles of it, in that it allows the opportunities for villages to grow and thrive in accordance with the requirements of the framework. However, they do share some of the concerns about the use of the term isolate or the ability to extend isolated groups of dwellings in the countryside. But fundamentally, they see this as a policy tool, as the principal policy tool for the delivery of self-built housing for the Greater Norwich area. And we'll come on to this on Policy 5, but they believe that we should, or the Greater Norwich local plan should focus this on the delivery of self-built homes. And there's been a lot of talk about local and the local connectivity. And one way to ensure that this ensures or this delivers plots for local people is to make it so it's wholly for self-built plots and for people that are registered on the council's self-build register. And that the council could do this in essentially two ways. One, by amending the wording of the policy so that it relates solely to self-built dwellings only, but also they can use the register itself to have a local connections test to ensure that the people who are coming through who can actually build on these plots are on their self-build register, in which case it will also pick up and it will address another kind of national objective to promote the delivery of self-build plots, which are predominantly in locations where self-builders will want to live, rather than on the major developments that will be delivered through Policy 5.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Durant. We'll return to the issue of customer self-build housing and this policy's relationship with it, I think, under question 3. But that point's not lost, and I picked it up from your statement, so thank you. Mr. Hook, did you want to come in?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I think we need to be up to date with the term that's used in South Norfolk now, at least, and probably in Broadland, that it's no longer called a development boundary, they're now called settlement limits. And of course, when the village cluster new allocations are added in and built, the settlement limit will extend outwards into the countryside. And if 7.5 becomes part of the plan, new housing is built next to that settlement limit, the settlement limit will go out even further. Potentially, there could be other 7.5s added on. So we need to refer to settlement limits. Now, if I may give a local example, in Hempnell, I'm chairman of Hempnell Parish Council. We have a site that we have been trying to progress with a housing association under the rural exception site process for 16 houses. This site has been put in by the landowner for inclusion in the local plan, and what is happening is that because landowners own land adjacent to settlement limits, they are very reluctant to allow rural exception sites anywhere where they think they might get houses under 7.5 in the future, or where they've got sites in for inclusion in the local plan. And talking with the place shaping manager at South Norfolk, he has said that during this plan making process, the number of rural exception sites coming forward has been minimal. The one in Hempnall, where I live, is probably the only one, and maybe one or two others. So we think that 7.5 actually will work against landowners being willing to provide sites for rural exception sites. And we certainly think that affordable housing via rural exception sites is the way to go in villages. Just a warning on that, Franco.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hook. And I'd pick that point up from your statement. Mr. Durant, your hand's still raised. Is that a legacy hand?
Yes, it is. Sorry.
No worries. Mr. Rayner, do you wish to come in?
Yeah, for CPRE Norfolk, sorry, trying not to monopolise this section, but there we go. Yeah, just to support really what you said, sir, about that phrase in the policy, which says or on sites within or adjacent to a recognisable group of dwellings. Just concerned that that could even apply to something like perhaps a farm location where there are 2 or 3 dwellings within that location. And that could then be argued that that's a recognisable group of dwellings. So you could see, further housing under this policy, which I think was probably an unintended consequence of it. But I think that wording certainly needs to be taken out or very carefully refined. Thank you. Okay. I want to leave where we go with this policy until a bit later on in the discussion, really. But thank you for that comment, Mr. Rayner. Councillor Davis, did you wish to come in?
Yes, thank you very much, sir. I'd just like to support the point that was made by, Jan Davis, Green Party. Just to support the point made by Mr. Hook. And just to demonstrate our concern, in our original submission, we'd argued for an amendment of policy 7.5. But actually, following further consideration and actually this discussion, the policy as it stands will allow potentially any kind of windfall development on land adjacent to a development boundary or on sites within or adjacent to a recognisable group of dwellings, as has been said. And without the sites being identified or allocated within the plan, then market housing developments could be built anywhere. Good agricultural land is offered up for sale. So this opens up the possibility of significant developments on the edge of villages, creeping into the surrounding countryside. So actually, we therefore wish to revise our written submission rather than amend it. We would rather oppose policy 7.5 on this basis. And that again is partly my experience as both a parish councillor and district councillor, having seen this happening in practice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Mr. Morris, do you want to respond to the points that have been raised? Thank you.
Yes, sir. I think you picked up the point in your one of your initial questions to me about parishes. This applies to all parishes. Those parishes that have a large number of services, as well as those that have less. So it certainly can't be characterised as providing a large amount of growth in isolated, remote, unserviced areas. It doesn't. We're coming on to the self-build question, so I won't comment on that for a little while. We've very much limited this to 3 to 5 dwellings, and I think actually we're going to be discussing that as well. But the impact, therefore, will be felt, with 1, 2, 3 in the smaller village dwellings. That will extend the effective edge of the settlement. So that would mean that an affordable housing exception site might might be shoved over by one dwelling or two dwellings. It doesn't prevent them taking place. And of course, all the normal planning considerations would apply. So, you know, the landscape impacts and so forth would all apply to both a 7.5 dwelling and a 7.4 exception site proposal. So although I can understand Mr. Hook's concerns in principle, in practice that simply can't happen through this policy. And I think that also answers Mr. Davis's or Councillor Davis's concerns about this being about allowing significant developments. You know, the risk of repeating myself is about 1 to 3 dwellings or 1 to 5 dwellings on the edge of a settlement, on the edge of a parish. Sorry, on the edge of a settlement within a parish.
I think the concern I set out at the start about, because it isn't just on the edge of a settlement, it's next to any recognisable group of dwellings. And I do think that wording is a significant hostage to fortune. Recognisable group of dwellings is going to be interpreted by applicants as 3 or 4 dwellings put together. And that's clearly isolated for the purposes of the framework. And I do think it's contrary to national policy in that regard. I'll say that much because on a reading of that term, adjacent to a recognisable group of dwellings, that's not adjacent to a settlement.
We're content to take that away. Yeah. We're content to take that away and propose a modification.
Okay. And I think in tandem with the fact that there's no sustainability, or I should say accessibility criteria within the policy, it doesn't require that it's next to any form of services or facilities or public transport. I mean, I take the point about some parishes being adjacent to urban areas. And I don't have a map of the precise parish boundaries before me. I'm not familiar enough with Norfolk to know them otherwise. But in principle, it strikes me that as currently worded, this could allow for, I mean, there's 800 dwellings assumed as the capacity in total. I mean, most of those could be in isolated locations as currently worded. And I do think that's a soundness problem, particularly given what the framework says about isolated dwellings in the countryside. Mr. Hook, did you want to come in?
Yeah, just the camera's not coming on, but just to give a local example of how a landowner has not put forward a site for a rural exception site because they think they could get housing under policy 7.5. When we were looking in our village for a site for an exception site, we approached one landowner and they were quite willing to put the site on the edge of the village until they realised that, I think their agent Savills reminded them that policy 7.5 was being hatched, and they removed that site from our list of possibilities. So we've looked elsewhere. So we do have a real example of how because I know they're not the same, 15 affordables and 5 market houses, but the money that they could get for 5 market houses, a site for 5 market houses up to 5, is a lot more money than the money they would get for having a rural exception site. So the plan making process, as Paul Harris at South Norfolk, the place shaping manager, has said, the plan making process has brought to a grinding halt the provision of rural exception sites. That is a fact.
Thank you, Mr. Hook, and that point's been well made. Thank you. Councillor Davis, did you want to come in?
Well, just maybe it's a point of clarification because I'm still trying to. So Mr. Morris has said, you know, it's only 3 or 5 houses, but actually, you know, that's from one application. Then presumably you can have, and actually, sorry, it's a further question later on, but it is related to this. You could have multiple applications over a period of time during the period of this plan.
As worded, it's 3 to 5 per parish, depending on the size of the parish. So the assumption that's made in the plan is 800 dwellings coming forward in total. And that's based on the aggregating up of either 3 or 5 per parish. I mean, we'll come to how the figure of 800 has been calculated in the final question of the issue. But the point about how widespread the policy would apply and how many dwellings it could facilitate is understood. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, a point of clarification for the partnership, because the policy says adjacent to a development boundary or on sites within or adjacent to a recognisable group of dwellings. Are there settlements that are in either of the districts that are too small to be considered a village cluster in the settlement hierarchy, but which benefit from a development or settlement boundary?
All villages, other than key service centres other than key service centres, all other villages are within a village cluster, whether or not they have a development boundary. But as I said previously, the process of ensuring that there is a safe route to a school, and safe and easy to use route to a school, means that the sites that have been allocated through policy 7.4 in Broadland are all within villages that have a settlement boundary.
But obviously, a proportion of villages have been identified as village clusters in the plan. Are there settlements that are not identified as village clusters, but which have a settlement boundary? And it appears from there's actually a map on the Greater Norwich Local Plan website, I think attached to the Reg 19 consultation, which is what I'm looking at now, where you have basically the aerial plan for the Norfolk area. It looks like it's the Google Maps base map or something comparable, with the allocations and emission sites superimposed on it. And it does appear that an awful lot of quite small settlements have a dotted line around them, a purple dashed line around them, some of which aren't identified as village clusters in the settlement hierarchy. So is there that tier of villages beneath the village clusters that benefit from a settlement boundary?
No, they are all in village clusters. The whole of the area is in one of the tiers. They're either in the top 3 tiers or they're in a village cluster, regardless of whether they have a settlement boundary or not. But the nature of the process is such that, as I said, a village cluster is usually clustered around at least one village which is big enough to have a settlement boundary and some services, if not 2 or 3. But any small village that doesn't benefit from a settlement boundary will also be within a village cluster. That doesn't mean to say it's allocated any growth. The second clarification is that this policy applies to all villages with a settlement boundary and recognisable group of dwellings, which we've said we'll go back and have a look at. But it applies to all villages with a development boundary, subject to the cap. This is the point that Councillor Davis is a clarification of his point. There is a cap in the lifetime of the plan, the first bullet point of policy 7.5. So this policy applies, that cap applies by parish. So we do have a situation where we have all villages are in a village cluster. All villages will also be in a parish, but a parish is not necessarily a village cluster. They may form part of one, if that makes sense.
Okay, no, that's helpful clarification. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Morris. I'm going to move on to question 3 now. I think we've covered question 2 in as much detail as I need to, really. Question 3 relates to the custom build statement that's made in policy 7.5. I've seen the partnership's response to this point in the hearing statement, but as currently worded, it's not clear to me, at least, that statement would allow the partnership to prioritise custom build housing. And in fact, it's entirely feasible that, as currently worded, the policy would deliver no custom build housing. So, in that context, what purpose does it serve, the statement?
The intention of the statement was to give priority to, as I think we say in our hearing statement, the intention is to give priority to self and custom built housing where there are competing applications. That's the intention. And
to what extent was the partnership relying on this policy to deliver custom built housing towards, say, the need for that type of housing in the 3 districts?
I think the view was taken that development of, especially of in the smaller villages of 1 to 3, then it's more likely to be self or custom build than necessarily straight market housing. That was the sort of intention from members, that that it would, that was the view that was taken. We're happy to take this away and see if we can't strengthen it and make it clearer that it is a positive material consideration for self and custom build. And we hear what Mr. Who made the point? Mr. Durant, that it should be self-build only. I think that might be a step too far to make it self-build only, because it would then maybe stall where there is no demand for self-build.
I do have a discussion about the next step with this policy, but I want to do that after we've finished questions 1 to 5, really. So if Mr. Durant's point was to reinforce his view that it should be a custom build exception site policy, we can return to that after question 5, if that's okay. Unless you want to make a different point, Mr. Durant. I didn't mean to preempt you anyway.
Yeah, so I was just going to add that it's possibly feasible that self-builders could pick up these plots and never actually go onto the register. So they're kind of going under the radar, and it's doing nothing to actually reduce the number of people on the council's register. So that's by not requiring it through the policy, it also means that, like we said, a lot of them could be self-builds, but they're never actually picked up as being self-builders.
Okay, thank you. It's also unclear to me that a landowner looking to release land would do so to custom builders, which, if you follow the legislation, that there are restraints on custom build housing. Obviously, an open market sale is entirely unrestrained. I think the concern I had, if that was the intention, I mean, it's entirely possible that this policy could deliver no custom build houses and just deliver entirely open market houses with no restrictions on sale, etc. And it struck me that the statement at the end is potentially toothless in delivering that, and that was the concern from my perspective. Mr. Durant's added a comment there as well. I'm happy to hear a response on that, Mr. Morris, if you want.
On the particular issue of the final statement about positive consideration will be given. As I said previously, I think the members' intention with this policy was to encourage self-build and custom-build housing. So if your concern is that it doesn't achieve that, then we'll happily look at making it, as I say, at the very least, a positive material consideration. But if we're being led to reconsider the policy as only dealing with self and custom build, then clearly we'd have to take that away and think about that.
Well, that was Mr. Durant's suggestion, not mine.
Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't sure whether that was where you were thinking as well.
I don't think I've got. Well, we'll come to that after we get to questions 1 to 5. We'll come to that in a while, because I think, I mean, that's my concerns outlined with regards to question 3. With regards to questions 4 and 5, I think when I had a look at these in my preparation, it struck me that they were making, I mean, the point about 100% market housing was really in relation to custom build housing, and perhaps is slightly clumsily worded, really. It should have been open market housing rather than market housing. We've dealt with that, really. So if we take the element of the first sentence of question 4, is the policy effective in the way it would work, along with question 5, which is, are the caps on development within each parish capable of operating effectively in the event that multiple applications are lodged at the same time? Because I think really my concerns about effectiveness cross-related to that point. And we've already asked a written question about the effectiveness of this policy in those terms in the event that multiple applications were submitted in the same parish at the same time. I think given that this policy would provide a potentially lucrative opportunity that doesn't currently exist, I think that's more than just a theoretical possibility. And if anything, I'd say that's a likelihood. You could in fact face a situation where 9 or 10 applications land in the same parish and could be submitted close together. And as one representative actually has pointed out, the order in which those applications were determined at any given planning committee could determine which site is approved and goes through, and then the rest would be disbarred by virtue of the cap. I also think that it's unlikely people will wait for the plan to be adopted before submitting applications, particularly what the framework says given what the framework says about the weight to be attached to emerging policies once any outstanding objections are considered to be resolved. I think my concern is that this could trigger a bit of a gold rush, and you could find yourself inundated with applications in one or more parishes. In that situation, it's not clear how this policy could really function. But I appreciate your comments in response to those concerns, Mr. Morris. Thank you.
Oh, what now? Sorry, I thought you, the comments we'd already made. I think that yes, I mean, you highlight a problem with any policy with a cap in it like this, but it needs a cap, or we have a free-for-all in terms of development that takes place. But having that cap, we accept, will lead to the need to judge between multiple applications. Where those applications are coming in the same time frame, then the application or applications that best meet the aims of the policy and the other policies of the plan would be permitted over those. So yes, it would be something of a beauty contest.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to come in on that point? Because I think some people made comments to that effect in the statements. Mr. Hewitt, you had your hand raised. You're on mute, Mr. Hewitt.
Apologies for that. Yes, afternoon. In our statement that we submitted on behalf of our client, H.J. Collin and Son, I think that's the real difficulty we have this policy, because yes, it's very innovative, as we've heard, and I certainly support a lot of the comments that were made by Mr. Durrant. I've recently been submitting quite a few pre-apps for custom and self-build plots in rural areas, some within South Norfolk, and met with a lot of resistance from the development management teams at the councils. There's plenty of reasons to suggest that they wouldn't support an application for even just a single self-build plot within an existing cluster on the edge of a settlement, simply because there's no planning status, and it seems as if they're sort of paying lip service to their duty under the Self-Build and Custom Build Housing Act to deliver those plots. And the way they're doing it is, of course, by suggesting that, well, the big allocations on the edge of towns and larger villages will have a proportion of the plots identified as being solely for self-build and custom build, but that's not where people want them to be. The self-builders want to be in the rural areas. They want to be on the edge of villages and small clusters of dwellings. So I think this is a very positive policy in what it's trying to do. But I also fear that with this cap that's applied, yes, I can see that you're going to have to try to limit the number of houses that are delivered through this way, because there is such a demand for housing in these areas for obvious reasons. But I do feel there's going to be this race to the bottom to get an application submitted as soon as possible. And I wouldn't like to work in the development management teams over the next 12 to 18 months at the councils, because there'll be an absolute influx of poorly put together, rushed through, poorly designed housing in these areas. And the reality will be that, well, it probably won't deliver the self-build and the custom build housing that it's aiming to. I think that's my concern. I do think there should be the flexibility, and I do think there should be the ability for each application to be determined on its own merits, as would be the case under the NPPF. But without taking this policy and putting it into its own allocations document, I'm not quite sure how to pick a way through it. I like what it's trying to do, though, and I think it's very positive. And I think that the housing in these rural areas is needed, very much needed. But the cap, I don't see how that's workable. How would it work at an appeal, for example, if you've got two applications coming in the same parish? They've both been refused because there's already been one application coming for 3 or 5 that didn't happen to include any self-build, and yet these two applications coming in have included self-build. They've both been refused. They're both being appealed. How does the inspector deal with that? Because the NPPF doesn't talk about caps on rural areas and clusters. Yes, that's just my brief comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Mr. Bloomfield, do you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I think firstly, your analogy on the gold rush is much better than all the analogies I was coming up with. So thank you for that. And I'd echo much of what Mr. Hewitt has said as well. I think you'll have seen my sort of representations on this matter, so I won't repeat them here, other than we do have concerns with regards to the cap and whether it is workable, and in that form, is it sound, is it justified and effective? And we've raised concerns that it is, and our solution is to remove the cap from the policy. That's the representations we made. I think picking up on a point that was made earlier as well, that the policy does need a small tweak because it referenced development boundaries, not, I think, settlement boundaries is the terminology in the plan overall. So that that needs to be consistent with what's on the proposals, maps, etc., to make it work. Again, Mr. Hewitt's point of the challenges of working in development control or development management, as we now call it. Again, I think this creates real challenges, and I think I'd envisage a scenario where, one application being submitted in a parish will trigger everyone rushing in to not miss out, and you'll have a scenario, as you've set out, that you could have multiple applications at one planning committee, and then the people who, the sites that aren't permitted would invariably appeal. And I think the appeal scenario and the issues for your fellow inspectors is an interesting one, in that you would have a policy or a scheme or schemes that are broadly in accordance with the local plan. They are in accordance with most elements of this policy aside from one, and they're probably broadly in accordance with the National Planning Policy Framework if they're on the edge of settlements. So whether, when you weigh up that sort of basket of benefits versus harm, would they actually be refused an appeal? And I'm not sure that they would. And again, it renders that cap possibly somewhat unnecessary. I think, so I won't dwell on this too long. Just a further point on the cap of 5. It feels quite arbitrary to me. I think it covers a wide range of settlements, which are also parishes, but by virtue of the settlement. So places like Wymondham, Harleston, Aylsham, Norwich fringe parishes, which are getting significant growth, are capped at 5. And actually, one scheme of 5 or up to 5 is going to have a fairly negligible impact given the amount of development that's taking place in those locations. But under that same set of settlements, you have places like Bergapton and Alpington in South Norfolk, which I know very well, which are very small places. So how is that figure of 5, which does seem quite arbitrary, sort of being arrived at? And a couple of final points, if I may, sir. I would just point out that there are other local plans, other LPAs who have similar policies to this, and they're not necessarily restricted or capped in this way. So Breckland, the local plan was adopted 2019, does allow levels of development adjacent to rural parishes. The East Suffolk local plan, which is 2019 and 2020 respectively, the former Waveney and Suffolk coastal bits, they have a clusters policy, not to be confused with the South Norfolk clusters, where groups of dwellings can have further development attached to them or within them. And emerging local plans, which are at Reg 19 stage or approaching Reg 19 stage at Kingsland and West Norfolk, North Norfolk District Council, and Baber and Mid Suffolk, which I appreciate has stalled a little bit, again, have comparable policies that aren't necessarily capped. So I maybe invite the inspectors to maybe look at those, particularly the ones that have been through examination. And I think the East Suffolk one might give some guidance or clarity, because they have grappled with this issue of groups of dwellings or clusters of dwellings in otherwise isolated locations, and they've set some criteria to them as to sort of size or scale with that issue of isolation. And then just a very final point, again, relating back to the cap, is one of resourcing. We're aware that resourcing in local authorities is a big issue. And again, I think the cap creates an issue of it requires extra resource in terms of monitoring. And I think ultimately will lead to more committees and more planning appeals. And in that regard, again, I feel that it's one that the cap should be removed in that instance. Thank you. I appreciate that's quite a lengthy statement, so appreciate your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Bloomfield. And just one point of clarification would be helpful. You referenced the size of various parishes. Obviously, I don't have the map of parishes before me. Presumably, are there other town councils as well as there are parish councils? So Wymondham being a town council, presumably, perhaps the same would apply to other settlements such as Harleston and Diss. Is that the case? They're a single parish in that sense, whereas others are much more rural and smaller settlements. Is that how the spread of parishes works across the area?
I'd have to probably defer to Mr. Morris and others. I mean, if you take Harleston as an example, it is a main town, but actually the parish is, and apologies for my pronunciation, it's Redenhall and Harleston. So actually it has some smaller rural elements. So it's not, in my understanding, just restricted to that town per se. I think the broader point I was trying to make is you've got 5 as an arbitrary cap, which is split across settlements of hugely different sizes and with hugely different commitments through this plan.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Neal, did you wish to come
in? Yes. I mean, CPRE's position is that there must be some form of cap that or maximum imposed on this policy, primarily because otherwise the assumptions in relation to housing provision go out of the window, because you have an assumed contribution of 800 dwellings based on this cap applying. So the first point is we think the cap is necessary. The problem with this, and it can't save the policy, is that precisely for the reasons you mentioned, it will cause the gold rush effect, and that is a manifestation of the rush of applications, which Mr. Rayner will be able to speak to this and confirm this. But as I understand it, there are already applications going in as we speak. But the gold rush that you've rightly identified is a manifestation and consequence of the fact that this policy is not positively prepared, and it ignores and avoids, in fact, any site selection process in which the sustainability or otherwise and the relative sustainability or other impacts of these possible sites would be considered. So there is nothing to govern the way in which Mr. Morris's reference to a beauty parade would be conducted on an appeal, and it sets inspectors up for a complete fall. How on earth are they supposed to decide what is the best site and what criteria to apply to that? And secondly, and finally, of course, that would just be that beauty parade would take place just on the basis of whoever as at now decides to put a site in. It's not to suggest that there might not be more suitable sites that might come forward in the lifetime of the plan. So I think those are the main points that CPRE would wish to make.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Mr. Durant, you've got your hand raised.
Yes, I just wanted to come back on one of the comments that Mr. Hewitt made about where self-builders want to live. Pegasus has experience of submitting applications where we're going back on self-build plots on major developments that just haven't been sold. They've been marketed for 12 months and that they're not where self-builders want to live. So our clients are then going back in with applications for market housing on those plots. And going back to the issue of self-build, this would certainly slow the flow. It's because if people, once they secure planning permission, obviously, if it were for self-build only, it would be secured by way of a Section 106 legal agreement. If they couldn't then subsequently sell it to anyone, then that would obviously limit the amount of plots that came forward. And if those people that they could sell it to were essentially had a local connection and they were already on the self-build register, then that in itself would be a mechanism that would essentially reduce the pool of people that would be available to buy these plots, and that in itself would, in my opinion, slow the kind of gold rush that we're all concerned about.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Durant, and we'll return to the policy 5 approach you referenced there under matter 6. Mr. Rayner.
Thanks. Yeah, just to confirm what Mr. Neal was saying, yeah, I've certainly come across several applications already which are quoting draft policy 7.5 and hoping for extra weight to be given to them determination. Also, just to pick up what somebody previously was saying about Breckland's fairly recently adopted local plan. Yes, they do allow limited development outside boundaries, settlement boundaries, but it certainly doesn't include the recognised groups of dwellings away from settlement boundaries. And also their very tightly worded policy. And they're only going to be considered where the local plan doesn't identify sufficient sites to achieve the housing target. So, I mean, that given with all the other concerns, particularly the points Mr. Hook made about possibly affordable housing sites not coming forward, and the large numbers of housing already being allocated to village clusters across the districts, and the numbers of windfalls, CPRE would just take the simple solution of scrapping this policy altogether. But I think you probably knew that already, is our opinion. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Morris, do you want to come back on the points that have been raised?
Yes, concern has been expressed by some people, including I think Mr. Hewitt, about because of the need to judge between competing schemes and competing schemes coming in early. I'm trying to avoid using the word beauty parade. That they will be poor design, poorly put together applications. Well, the other policies of the plan apply. So if an application comes in under this policy that is of poor design and poorly put together and doesn't meet the other policies of the plan, then I would expect it to be refused. And indeed, if several applications were to come in and there was a choice between them, then you would hope that the best would be the one that would succeed. The cap is a crucial element of the policy, because otherwise this could get out of control in the way that other commentators such as CPRE are particularly concerned about. So the cap is an important principle for us in this policy. It'd be difficult to see how it would operate without some kind of constraint of that nature.
Just on that point, Mr. Morrison, before you move on to other points that have been raised, I appreciate that point about the cap, but I think the point was raised, it may have been by Mr. Bloomfield, apologies if it was from someone else, there are a number of points raised then, about 5 being a bit too broadly applied, particularly in the context of perhaps town councils in areas like Wymondham or Harlesden. So I think I'd appreciate a response to that point in particular about whether 5 is painted with too broad a brush.
One of the aims of this policy is to have this flexibility, but to keep some kind of control over it, and it is to provide small scale opportunities, particularly for self and custom build. So yes, the difference between the sites, the villages of within this policy is set out in Appendix 7 of the GNLP, which is entitled Implementation of Policy 7.5, and it there lists all the parishes, so that does include the town councils as well. And in the same way that there are concerns raised about how sites might block other sites coming forward, it may be indeed that there will be only a very limited number of opportunities for a site of 5 or less to come forward on the edge of Wymondham, because there'll be a hope value that if you're on the edge of the settlement boundary of Wymondham or the settlement boundary of Harlesden, you'll have a hope value that in subsequent iterations of the plan or through a planning application, you might achieve a significantly higher level of growth than 5 dwellings. So the policy provides a specific opportunity for these small scale development, and it doesn't compete with, it doesn't try and supplant allocated growth.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morris. I see there's a couple of hands raised. I think I probably want to move on to a discussion about next steps with this policy, particularly before we go on to question 6, because I've been reasonably open with my concerns, and I've put my cards on the table in terms of what I'm concerned about with regards to, firstly, what strikes me as inconsistency with national policy with regards to isolated dwellings in the countryside. Secondly, the fact that if it's a stated aim or a hoped benefit of this policy, that custom-built housing would be delivered, that it's as currently worded, this policy could in theory deliver no custom-built housing. And there's the point about how effective it would be in the event that the floodgates were opened and large numbers of applications landed in a single parish. I think those were the three concerns I raised, and I do think, as it currently stands, this policy is clearly unsound from my perspective, and does need to be rethought. You mentioned before you felt I was steering you towards a certain direction. That's not necessarily the case. I think there's a number of potential ways forward with this policy. You've heard a few suggestions from people in the room. There's people who have different ideas. It might be one for you to go away and reflect on and perhaps discuss internally with the partnership. But I felt the need to set my cards on the table with this policy, given my feelings about it, and to set out my key concerns. You've heard concerns from others. But
yes, so
there are a number of different ways forward you could consider. I'm not steering you down any one particular path, but those are the concerns I had.
No, we're content to go away and have a look at this again.
Okay.
It's not something we can do quickly, but because it involves speaking to all the partners.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Hook, you've had your hand raised. Did you wish to comment on what's been said?
Yes, sir. I would just add that if the policy is going to be reborn in a different form, I think I endorse entirely Mr. Morris's point that a cap needs to remain. To perambulate round the borders of our parish is a 6-mile walk owned by landowners. If there is no cap, it could be a situation where 7.5 development moves the settlement limit out, and there's another 7.5 development, etc., and there is potential for an enormous number of houses around every village without a cap. So I think in the reborn policy, if that's to be the route, although CPRE would rather there be no 7.5 policy, then the cap must remain as an essential element, and I endorse entirely what Mr. Morris said on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hook. Mr. Hewitt, do you wish to come in?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just a brief comment and something for Mr. Morris to take away and discuss with the partnership, really, and it reflects comments from Mr. Bloomfield about some of the other neighbouring local authorities who have dealt with a similar innovative type policy, but have got around the need to apply a cap. Suffolk Coastal's policy 5.4, housing in clusters in the countryside. So that's just proposals for new dwellings within clusters in the countryside will be supported. Again, they're looking at up to 3 dwellings within a cluster of 5 or more dwellings, so it's limited numbers again. And they do define a cluster, and they do have a set criteria for the type of sites that would be appropriate to come forward for this limited housing within those clusters. And by doing that, there's clearly only certain parts on the edge of existing dwellings that would be suitable to fall under this policy. And I've looked at it on a number of sites, and it is very restrictive and limiting. Just an example of a neighbouring authority that have managed to have a policy like this adopted. Just one thing to take away, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Okay. I think this discussion was forecast to finish, or was scheduled to finish at 3:30. I think there's probably another 10 minutes to run from my perspective. Are we collectively okay to keep going for another 10 minutes and then just break for 20 minutes before the final session of the day starts? Does anyone have any issues with that? Okay, thank you. The reason I wanted to have this discussion about ways forward with this policy before we moved on to question 6 is because obviously any changes to the policy could affect the assumed contribution to the housing supply from this source. Present 800 dwellings are assumed, and depending on the way forward that's taken, that assumption will obviously well, it could be changed. The assumptions that underpin 800 dwellings may no longer stand up if a different approach is taken. That will of course depend on the route that's chosen. Just for my information, really, there's some quite helpful sums submitted in the Green Party submission, for which I'm grateful, which imply that if every parish built the maximum number of homes allowed under this policy, that would get to 799 dwellings. Is that the basis upon which the figure of 800 was reached, Mr. Morris? Sorry, you're on mute, sorry.
Done it again, I'm sorry, must be getting tired. Yes, basically it's the straightforward maths of if you take the parishes where 3 are applied and parishes where 5 is the cap, then you end up with a figure of around 800 dwellings. I thought it was 804, but 799 is pretty close. And we've heard in the discussion that this is actually expected, as currently worded, it is expected to be a very popular policy, and the sites will come forward. Also, clearly, if they lapse, then the opportunity will come forward for them to be replaced. So we were comfortable that with such an innovative and new approach, and the demand that we foresaw, that we would essentially get the maximum level of growth from this policy.
Okay, that's helpful clarification. I think a point that's been put to me as well by others is there's a lack of well, it's been questioned why the windfall source, or the source of dwellings from this policy is separate from windfalls. Would you care to respond to that point, please, Mr.
Well, very little development would be under existing policies. I think we've heard today how people are struggling to get sites outside of development boundaries. Existing policies mean that very little windfall will come forward outside development boundaries. So our windfall calculations are going to be driven very much by development within boundaries.
So windfall analysis, typically you'll take a trend period, strip out the exceptional sites, and then project forward.
Yes.
That's the standard approach. And is your position then that in that trend period, there were no sites coming forward from this source because of restricted policies, and therefore the windfall projection excludes any sites from this source? Is that the approach?
The windfall projection, which is set out in the 5-year land supply statement appendices, discounts. It looks at past trends. It discounts out sites that have been permitted. Well, it only deals with sites under 9 dwellings, so it discounts out any or the majority of sites that have been allowed as a result of not having a 5-year land supply. So it only applies to 9 dwellings in Broad and South Norfolk. It applies a bit more widely in Norwich. It discounts out the sites won on appeal through 5-year land supply. And then it reduces the whole number by 33%, I believe. So and then it tapers the delivery, so that you don't double count windfalls in the existing commitment. So it's a pretty cautious approach, and one that was accepted recently on appeal.
We'll come back to that under matter 15. Really, it was more that. Am I correct in assuming that the trend period you've used to calculate windfall supply going forward would have measured a period of time, say the last 5 or 10 years? I haven't looked at the windfalls in detail yet, but let's say for argument's sake it was the last 10 years. During that period, the policies for the countryside areas would have restricted any sites coming forward, such as are being envisaged under policy 7.5, and therefore policy 7.5 sites are justified as being a separate category from the windfall assumptions. Is that the route you've taken?
Essentially, yes. Essentially, yes. They're different sources of supply. There will be some minor overlap, but in the overall scheme of things, it's not going to be significant. Okay. Because the majority of cases don't get permission. That would get permission under this policy.
Okay. Are there any final comments on what's been said or on question 6 before we move on? Okay, we've wrapped up slightly earlier than I was envisaging, so that concludes the discussion for issue number 5. We'll move on to issue number 6, which will be led by Mr. Warden, after the break, and we'll return. Is it 4 o'clock? We're due to return, Annette. I'm sure you'll have you'll be better on the timetable than me, perhaps.
You're welcome to return at 4 o'clock or whenever Mr. Warden wishes. People are ready to go, so it depends how long people and perhaps Phil would like a break.
We only had a very brief 5-minute break before. Is the final session of the day usually scheduled to start at 4? Is that the way it works?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Warden, I'll leave it to Mr. Warden's capable hands, seeing as it's his session to lead.
Mr. Morris, you're not in the next session, are you? I think it's Mr. Burrell.
Mr. Burrell. Yeah, Mr. Burrell.
Shall we have a 15-minute break now? So let's resume at 10 to 4. Is that okay with everyone? Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Can everyone hear me? Thank you. So we're now on to issue 6, which is preparing for new settlements, which relates to policy 7.6, and I'm going to lead this session. So Mr. Burrell, you're going to lead the partnerships input into this. Can I just take you to your hearing statement and look at the your response to question 1, and just please, can you just help me with this? Why does this policy need to be in this plan?
Yeah, yes, thank you, sir. So experience demonstrates that new settlements take many years to come forward. Nationally, that has been the case. This can undermine the ability to demonstrate delivery and bring forward new settlements through the local plan process. What we're trying to do is to establish here this longer term approach to planning. We've identified sites in this plan that enable us to meet our current needs, but we're clear in our own minds that there's a very strong possibility in the future that new settlements will be a way forward for the next round of plan making. So although there's no commitment to any specific proposed scheme at this time, as you're aware, we've had 3 proposed, flagging up the potential for new settlements in Greater Norwich in this plan cycle is intended to provide sufficient certainty to allow investment decisions to be made to promote potential sites. And there are parties who are working actively to try and promote potential sites, but in the long term. So this is very much a potential long-term approach. The authorities do, however, recognise that all reasonable alternatives to growth will need to be considered through the next local plan, and this is implicit in the policy. So we're well aware that this will still have to be tested against other reasonable alternatives for growth. We're not predetermining saying new settlements are the only thing that will be in the next plan. There will have to be consideration of other ways forward as well. But we want to give a possibility that new settlements can come forward in the long term.
So why does, I mean, that is laudable to look ahead, to plan ahead beyond this plan, but why does it need a policy in this plan to enable that to happen? Because work, indeed, some consultation, some work on those potential new settlements is already happening. Yeah. Why does it need a policy in this plan to bring those, to work up those options and to bring them forward in the next plan? Why does it need a policy in this plan?
Well, I would contend that the very fact that we do have a policy in the submitted plan is part of the reason why schemes are being worked up and there's active support for them. I'm not sure if there's any of the people supporting proposed schemes. Yes, there is Paul Lamar who's supporting the proposed Hollingham Thought scheme. So possibly it may be worth talking to him about that in the longer term. But yeah, my view is that by having this policy, it does create that that positive approach to new settlements.
Your response refers to the need to provide certainty. You say that in your response, in your hearing statement, that the policy is intended to provide sufficient certainty to allow promoters to make investment decisions. But the policy refers to one or more new settlements. The supporting text refers to 3 settlements. The topic paper refers to potential for a further, from 2018, refers to a potential settlement at Mangreen. So does this policy actually introduce uncertainty rather than certainty?
I would contend that's not the case. The 2018 topic paper is clearly of its time. Man Green, there haven't been any more proposals brought forward on that site, but we have had 3 specific sites that have been proposed and identified as reasonable alternatives through this plan. They are Honningham Thorpe to the west of Norwich, and two near Windham at Silfield and Hethel.
But the topic paper from 2018 is the most recent topic paper. There's no subsequent topic paper.
Yeah, that's correct. That's the one that specifically looked at new settlements, but that is clearly, some elements of it are somewhat out of date now.
Yeah. Okay. But it's on the examination website, and it is referred to. But of the 3 that are mentioned in the lead into this policy, there's only 2 of them that are mentioned in that topic paper, I think. The third one, I don't think is referred to in that topic paper. Silfield.
Okay. Yeah.
So what I'm raising is uncertainty. There's 3 talked about in the lead-in. The policy says 1 or more. Does that mean 1? Does it mean 2? Does it mean 3? Does it mean 4? Would you not consider that does provide some degree of uncertainty rather than certainty, and that certainty might be provided at the review of this plan once the assessments and scope and all the necessary consultation and site work has been done on those options?
I'd certainly accept that certainty will not happen until there is a full local plan assessment of proposals. But I believe that by having this policy in the plan at the moment, it gives sufficient encouragement to those who are proposing new settlements to consider carrying on with developing their proposals. As you referred to earlier, in terms of consultations already have, in one case, a consultation has taken place.
So if the scenario was that this policy didn't appear in this plan, would work stop in assessing the potential for new settlements?
I think it would be more likely to do so, but I think that question might be better directed at those who are proposing new settlements.
Okay, thank you. Well, I've got some further questions, Mr. Ball, but there are a few hands up, and you've invited me also to ask some questions of the promoters. So, I don't know if it's Mr. Clark. I'll take them in order rather than who they represent. Mr. Clark, please.
Thank you, sir. My name is Paul Clark. I am head of planning at Brown & Co, and I represent the Clarion Housing Group. And you'll see that reference has been made to Paul Lamar, head of strategic land at Clarion, who's in this conversation as well. Basically, we are looking to have some degree of encouragement to continue our work in looking for a new settlement. We are currently looking at a new settlement at Honningham Thorpes, and we are one of the 3 that you already referred to. And yes, we are the one that's done some initial consultation, public engagement. The reason for that is because we have trod water, really. We haven't really moved very quickly. We've been working on this project for 4 years, and we have been in a dialogue with officers continually over that period. The reason being is we did not want to go against anything that was happening through the local plan. Rather, we, in principle, are encouraged by the way the local plan has come forward. The only areas where we do have a concern relates to the over-reliance on regurgitating previous allocations, which you've already heard extensive evidence on from Mr. Spry and others, so I won't carry on with that. there is also a sort of settlement hierarchy approach, which is a kind of bolt-on philosophy where development ought to be simply bolted onto existing settlements in the vain hope that it's going to be successful. And certainly in what was the Norwich policy area, the first ring of villages, which you'll probably get to see if you've not already seen them, have had extensive amounts of development imposed on them, some of which have been planned, some of which have occurred through appeal. So in essence, the joint core strategy didn't work very well for some of these settlements. So we have to have a plan-led approach, and we believe that we need the third element of all this is timing. We need to have some encouragement to carry on our work. Clarion Housing Group have put in an extensive amount of money already in bringing forward some proposals. They are not fixed, and that's the purpose of our public consultation at the present time. But we believe that we can achieve a step change in growth by having a new settlement that allows services to come along at the same time as the residential development happens as well. Indeed, if you go to the Honningham Thorpe area, there is already development happening there because the Food Enterprise Park, which I think was referred to yesterday as well, there is already development happening on that site. And South Norfolk have, at cabinet level, approved some initial work for a phase 2 of that Food Enterprise Park. So if you like, the employment element of some of that development that we're talking about is already starting to occur there. So in summary, so we are in support of the policy. We would like to see the wording such that it encourages an early allocation of a new settlement as soon as possible. We're not seeking to force the hand, but we believe that if you want to guarantee the level of growth being discussed in this draft plan at the moment, I think you need to underpin it with some form of new settlement. I'll leave it at that, sir, for now.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Just can you confirm that Honningham Thorpe, the estimated number of dwellings is 4,600?
Yes, sir.
When would you expect to get on site? When would you expect delivery to start happening at Honningham Thorpe, if Honningham Thorpe was identified as a potential new settlement?
Well, I think you're going to hear from Paul Lamar, who is on the list. My understanding is that we would be able to, if the timetable specified in the supporting evidence is left, we believe that we could start delivering in 2026. And that is tied into highway improvements that are being undertaken by National Highways on the A47 improvements. That is currently at examination at the present time. It is intended to be open in 25-26.
Thank you. But Mr. Ball has said that these large-scale developments take many years to come forward. But you're saying that you could start delivering houses in 4 years' time.
So that's correct, because we've already been working 4 years on the project already. It's not like the starting gun has started or will start on the adoption of this plan. We've already started initial work on this site already, but we believe that we can actually start to deliver in the period I've just specified. There's probably some more clarification coming from Mr. Lamar.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clark. I'll come back to some of my other questions when I've heard from other people. Actually, Mr. Neil was next, but he's taken his hand down. I think. No, his hand's up, but he's not on my list. Mr. You're down as 5. Did you put it up and take it down again? Sorry, Mr. Neil, you're on mute.
Apologies, sir. I was coming up next, but I took my hand down thinking you called on me. But would you like me to?
I would, yeah. I did see you a second. I mean, I do want to hear from Mr. Lamar, as Mr. Clark has indicated, but you were second, Mr. Neil. So please feel free to let me hear from you now.
Thank you, sir. I mean, it's a short point that we've made in our position statement, but there's absolutely no need. It's quite obvious, no need for any reference to whatever may happen in respect of new settlements in this plan. I mean, the explanation provided to you in response to your questions is frankly nonsensical. I mean, the partnership says they want to provide a level of commitment to address this issue in this local plan, and the fact is this issue is not addressed in this local plan. This local plan has decided what housing requirements or targets is necessary and the policies to support that. So it is, and it's not hyperbole to suggest that it's just completely unnecessary having this policy here. We've already heard from the last speaker that actually work is still continuing, notwithstanding that there's no specific commitment to settlements in this plan. This is just a matter for the review of this plan, as you've already indicated. And finally, as you've said, so I completely agree. Insofar as it's trying to provide certainty, it's doing the opposite. So that it is just baffling why this policy is in this plan. It's completely unnecessary. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Neil. Mr. Lamar.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me, firstly?
I can hear you, yes.
I suppose I just want to address the would we stop working point if this policy weren't there. No, but we'd certainly slow down. And this policy has the benefit of allowing me to turn to my board and say, can we commit the several £100,000 worth of work required to do the surveys, to do the design, to do public consultation so that we can start involving the community from day one. And up to now, we've continued to do that. Clarion's role is to help solve the housing crisis in this country, and that's by delivering across all tenures, including affordable, but also private, and also some of the self-build that you were talking about earlier. So for me, the policy is very important because it allows us to justify the continued expenditure and to accelerate the background work, which would allow us to get on site early and start to deliver in 2026. We've got a team ready to go, but I need something to hang my hat on, and hopefully that's of some use to you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Lamar, I mean, just looking ahead, 2026 is 4 years away. This plan may not be adopted if we find it sound until 2023. The policy requires a review of the plan. How would you get on site on 2026?
We're assuming that everything's going swimmingly, sir, to be honest. The time period would extend out if this local plan review hit some bumps. We will move forward at a pace that sits alongside any review. But essentially what we want to do is we've got a site that has an access coming. We have a site that has an access that would allow us to get on and start the early phases. We've got the employment there that would support the early delivery of a town centre. And what we really want to do is build houses for people to live in. And that's the purpose of Clarion's approach on this site and many others around the country. So we've got a fairly bullish approach because if we get the right wind, if we get the right support, we will put all the necessary teams in place in order to drive it forward, because its delivery of housing is what I'm all about.
Thank you, Mr. Lamar. Mr. Cannock.
Thank you, sir. Can I take you to the policy, please? Because policy 7.6 says, subject to the outcome of evidence, assessment and appraisal, one or more new settlements will be brought forward in the next local plan. Now, it's not, of course, for me to advise Mr. Lamar's board But my objective interpretation of what the policy says is there will be a process of evidence assessment and appraisal, the outcome of which is unknown and unknowable at this stage. And then depending on the outcome of that evidence assessment and appraisal, maybe none, but perhaps one or more new settlements will be brought forward when in the next local plan. Respectfully, this provides no certainty and no comfort on an objective interpretation to the delivery of settlements. That would be my interpretation, and perhaps others have a competing one. But so if one just picks up with what the partnership are saying, there's an irreconcilable inconsistency between the proposition that this policy does not seek to prejudice the next local plan. That's what I understand the partnership's position to be. That's consistent with the wording in policy 7.6. There's an inconsistency between no prejudice to the next local plan and this policy provides a degree of certainty such that investors can start to plan and progress settlements. Respectfully, so you cannot have one. Well, they are just irreconcilably inconsistent, and the policy as written is not prejudicing. And so therefore it is, as Mr. Neal says, respectfully a matter for the next plan. If I can just ask you to look there at the reason justification, because this is where it gets a bit murkier. What 396 appears to be doing is saying the authorities conclude it's vital to commit in this local plan cycle to delivering new settlements in the next plan cycle. Well, the wording then providing some commitment is inconsistent with the wording of the policy. So you have the reason justification, which is inconsistent with the wording of the policy. At 397, what's also suggested at 397 is that new settlement development will provide additional flexibility to ensure delivery of current housing targets. So it seems part of the intention that the new settlements will provide a level of flexibility. And then paragraph 400 is saying, well, we've got 3 new settlement sites proposed, but they'll be investigated along with other potential locations. I'm not sure if those are locations for settlement sites or just other locations, but plainly that will be resolved through the next plan process. And so this policy and the reason justification gives no comfort at all, as far as I can see it, to the promoters of at least 2 of those settlements. And so why it's thought that one settlement promoter will think, well, it has to be me as opposed to any of the others in the absence of this assessment is not clear. And then finally, sir, paragraph 401, you've plainly been directing your questions towards 2026 onwards. So plan's not written for my benefit, but respectfully, I think I ought to be able to understand what's meant by the next local plan. I don't think that's meant to be sort of the next local plan beyond 2038. It may be that there's a process of review, but the review is not a new local plan. There has to be a review. There has to be a decision about the competing settlements, but then there has to be an update, which is going to be a formal local plan process. So respectfully, I'm not confident that if you have, competing assessments and promotion of settlements through a local plan process, you're going to get that plan adopted by 2026. And certainly, so you'll have read in our statement that we're certainly not confident that new settlements will come forward by 2026 at all when one looks at the Litchfield report, but if necessary, we can look at site specifics. So that 2026 figure, respectfully, does not seem to be robust. But certainly, sir, you cannot say that there will be delivery from 2026 onwards in paragraph 401, whilst also saying in the policy that we are not prejudging the next local plan process. Again, sir, the 2 propositions are mutually inconsistent. And finally, sir, if there is a need for flexibility, then looking at this plan, the flexibility is provided by the contingency side. And that is where this plan ought properly to look in the first instance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Caddick. Mr. Atkinson.
Good afternoon, sir. I just wanted to reiterate the points that were made by Mr. Clark, really, in terms of the policy providing a degree of certainty for investment.
Sorry, Mr. Atkinson. Sorry, Mr. Atkinson, stop you. Who are you representing? I'm so sorry.
Oh, sorry. I represent Glavenhill, who are the promoters of the Hethel site, which is referred to as a Stanfield Garden Village, and their development partners, Human Nature. So
thank you.
We've obviously done an amount of technical assessment work today, including various assessments that relate to heritage, archaeology, ground conditions, landscape, ecology, drainage, flood risk, etc. But to take the next step and to make the commitment to look at a kind of more detailed design process and a more detailed assessment process, the reference in the policy 7.6 is welcomed, because obviously it provides a degree of certainty. The site that we are looking to promote can deliver 855 dwellings immediately using existing road infrastructure, and it sits next to the existing Hethel factory and headquarters. Sorry, the existing Lotus headquarters and factory, the innovation centre, and the new energy park as well. So it's a good location. It's a good location for employment. Some of those applications, as we heard yesterday, were approved in advance of a local plan. But obviously, we are very aware it's subject to a separate process in terms of that assessment work, which I understand is due to start this year in terms of the various selection criteria being devised by the partnership. So we'd like to get involved in that process. And I think, for my clients to spend significant amounts of money, the policy is welcomed in terms of a commitment. That's the point I'd like to make.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Mr. Burrell, can I turn back to the partnership? And I have a question for you, and then I'd like you to pick up the points as you wish in terms of those, in response to those that have been made by those people you spoke just a moment ago. The partnership has submitted a plan that it considers to be sound, and the housing provision that is made, in which we discussed at length yesterday, and we will be returning to, that housing provision policy, as far as the partnership is concerned, makes sufficient provision in this plan to 2038. So it does not require the contribution from any new settlement in order to make the housing provision, plus the appropriate flexibility buffer that the partnership considers is necessary to deliver economic growth.
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
So provision from these new settlements is not needed.
No.
To 2038.
No, it's not needed. Our contention is that our plan will provide to meet needs to 2038, but that we wanted to find a mechanism to enable new settlements to come forward in the longer term.
So you don't expect new settlements to start delivering until well into when?
We note that the timescales we set out in paragraph 401 are no longer seem realistic, and we would like to revisit those. But if new settlements, if we are able to review this plan fairly rapidly and to update, and if housing needs show that a new settlement would be, or settlements would be appropriate, because housing needs are likely to change over that time, we are still of the view that new settlements could provide a very important source of long-term housing provision.
But since you've submitted a plan that's got sufficient housing provision for the plan period, why do you need a policy in this plan that will deal with sites beyond this plan? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, Sarah. I was just conferring with my colleague. So I think the main point here is the review of the plan will clearly be to beyond 2038, so that the new settlements will be contributing to meeting need beyond 2038. So this goes back to our initial contention that new settlements have a long lead-in time.
But we've heard from the promoters of 2 of the sites that they can start delivering on those sites within this plan period if they had the policy and planning permission. So they're not, in that sense, super long times. The lead-in time to them is not a long period, but they're not needed in this plan period according to the policies within the submitted plan.
No, I agree, they're not needed in this plan period, but we want a mechanism to encourage them to continue with the investment in seeking how they can be developed in the long term. And I think you've had confirmation from the 2 site promoters who have responded that this policy that's obviously was submitted a while ago has been helpful in those terms.
And what do you say to those points that, well, if you could now respond to the points that Mr. Neal and Mr. Canuck in particular made, which some of my questions also relate to. Would you like to say anything in response to those points that Mr. Neal and Mr. Canuck have made?
We accept that there will be a need through the review of this local plan to fully assess new settlement proposals alongside any other proposals that are submitted at that time. But as I just said, we'll be considering a longer period in the future then. So this is intended to encourage the continued approach to considering new settlements. I don't think there's a great deal further I can add on that.
We talked about the topic paper in 2018, which you say is outdated. What would be the evidence base that I would turn to look for justification for this policy as being a sound policy within the plan and backed up by evidence?
I'd say that some aspects of that topic paper are outdated. We could update that topic paper, but the fact that we do have site promoters who are actively promoting new settlements, I think is also evidence that they have potential.
What does the partnership consider would happen with that work if this policy was not in this plan?
Well, the fear is that the site promoters might stop investing in looking at new settlements, and it would then make it more difficult for new settlements to come forward through our next plan.
But what would the partnership do in those circumstances, given that the partnership believe that a new settlement, one or more, a number to be determined, has a contribution to make to the future of Greater Norwich beyond 2038? What would the partnership do?
Okay, I'll pass you over to Simon Bird now, sir.
Thank you.
So if I may, that is the absolutely key question here. And just to put it in context, I've been involved with promotion of new settlements since 1990 in various parts of the country, and most recently in other plans as well. The difficulty is the authorities simply won't have the resources to assess competing sites to the level of detail they would need to be assessed in order to undertake a comparison and then actually to promote sites without the assistance of promoters in that process and the investment in that process. So that's the important point as far as the partnership is concerned, is ensuring that that investment in the surveys and other analysis is maintained, so that if, and it is a big if new settlements ultimately are selected as part of any future strategy, it has a sound basis to it to make that judgment. And Mr. Cannock makes the point, well, ultimately, there's nothing in the policy which removes the risk for promoters, but you've heard from the promoters that the policy has encouraged them at least sufficiently to undertake the work that they've undertaken to date. And of course, all development and all development promotion involves risks, but the particular difficulty with new settlements is that the authorities themselves will find it very difficult to step in and undertake the work necessary to do the comparison which is going to be required in order to support any future new settlement proposals if they form part of the future strategy. So that's why they are unique and why the council has sought to single them out for unique treatment in its plan.
So Mr. Bird, you use the word if they're part of the future, but the policy says they will be brought forward. The policy is certain that they will be brought forward, subject to the outcome of evidence and assessment and appraisal.
Yeah, there is a tension in the policy. No one is going to deny that in terms of the policy, it says they will, but it is subject to the outcome of evidence assessment and appraisal. So again, it is subject to the future decision that new settlements are one of the reasonable alternatives for the distribution of growth, and the decision as between the reasonable alternatives at that point of time. And you come back to the point I made a little earlier. Yes, it can't give certainty. It would be wrong to give certainty. It can't prejudge. But what it is trying to do is to strike a reasonable balance between the uncertainty, the inevitable uncertainty, but sufficient uncertainty just to enable the initial studies to be maintained.
Thank you. And the wording of subject to outcome of evidence assessment and appraisal, where does consultation fit into that? And could you tell me what would be the timetable for reviewing the plan once this plan is adopted, in order to carry out that work, bring forward those sites under the planning process?
Well, certainly. So my experience, and Mr. Burrell can speak as far as what the partnership are proposing. My experience is that the consultation is actually part and parcel of the promotion of sites by the promoters. So in a sense, that is part of the, as it were, the cost and the other additional work which promoters undertake as part of promoting their schemes. That then would then be subject to any formal processes within the plan process. But it would be unusual, in my experience, for a new settlement to be promoted without, as it were, active engagement in the preliminary stages by the promoter with the local communities which it would affect.
And how would that align with the consultation process for the review, or the review then preparation of a new local plan?
Well, the risk is, if the investment isn't there at this stage, that effectively the consultation at the early stage is put back, and that of course then delays the review of the next local plan, because it's going to be essential for the consideration of all options at the next stage that they are fully consulted upon. Particularly, again, new settlements are unique in this respect, that they do have to have significant local buy-in in order to be effective as policies. So it is essential that the promoters actively engage with the local communities before, as it were, they get to the council's consideration as options.
Thank you. I have just one more question from me at the moment while I invite others. We've heard that Honningham is in the order of 4,600. I'm not sure what the number of houses proposed on Hethel would be, and Silfield is 6,500 new homes, so considerable size, as you would expect for new settlements. But what would that prospect do within this plan for the delivery of the East Norwich site, which is in this plan for 4,000 new homes? What would it do in respect of the challenges to the delivery of that site, which is a key part of the growth strategy in this plan?
I'll respond to that, sir. They are different locations. The new settlements will be outside the urban area. Obviously, the East Norwich regeneration area is integral to the urban area. So in terms of the offer as well, there'll be quite a distinctly different type of housing and different type of employment and so on. So we do not anticipate that it would slow down delivery of East Norwich.
And what about the delivery of other sites? Given that the provision of housing in up to 2038 is already made in this plan on those other sites, if a new settlement, if one or more new settlement is brought forward before the end of the plan, this plan period, wouldn't that lead to some challenges on delivery of those other sites?
I think that'd have to be a matter for discussion in the review of the plan, so through the next plan. But we don't anticipate that this would impact if they do get taken forward, as Simon Bird has said, it is an if. But if they do get taken forward, we don't anticipate there would impact on delivery of sites that we are promoting through this plan.
Thank you. Mr. Cannock.
Just briefly, sir, I'm grateful to the partnership for a degree of clarification, at least as to the target at which they're shooting. I think I'm still wrestling with what are really binary positions, which is this seeking to prejudice the next plan or not? That respectfully is a binary position. My position would be the policy as written is not seeking to prejudice the next plan. Secondly, lawfully, this plan can't prejudice the outcome of the next plan. And thirdly, aligned to that, then the next plan would logically supersede this plan. So you can't respectfully prejudice the outcome of the next plan. Now, I'm not sure if that's the position, what it is that this policy does. It said that it gives some comfort to developers, but then the basis would appear to be you should find this policy sound because it provides a basis for developers to have comfort in investment, even though we're agreed that on a rational interpretation of it, it doesn't provide any such comfort at all. That would not respectfully appear to be a sound basis for the policy.
Thank you. I'll bring Mr. Clark in, and then I will ask the partnership to respond to that point that Mr. Cannock has raised, and any other points that are raised by Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, sir. I was just going to clarify that my clients, the Clarion Housing Group, despite having no policy whatsoever to date, has had some confidence in bringing forward these proposals. Indeed, they're involved in a public engagement which we anticipate will probably last the rest of this year, if you like, in terms of discussing proposals with surrounding parishes as well as other stakeholders. And that hasn't just started. That's been ongoing for the last 18 months, 2 years. They are general discussions. We have no specifics as to exactly what we are delivering other than the general target housing figure. But all we're seeking is a degree of comfort to say, okay, we can carry on this work. By saying that we're probably going to do this public engagement for the rest of the year, it gives you an idea, a feel for the length of time it's needed to actually bring these large scale developments forward. So to my mind, it's entirely appropriate that the local plan signposts something to give developers an idea as to exactly what is likely to come forward in the next series. The reason why I have said I'm somewhat sceptical about the traditional route of simply bolting on development around the whole series of villages around the first ring, if you like, around Norwich is we don't believe that's been entirely successful. It doesn't create communities. Services lag behind. And frankly, Clarendon are saying we'll develop services at the point that people start living there, literally. Now that's a challenge in itself, which is why we need to think very hard about the investment that we need to put in up front, if you like. So I think that's the kind of background to which we've been working to date. And what we're seeking through the plan is some form of encouragement to carry on that level of investment, if you like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Burrell, would you be able to respond to Mr. Cannick's points, please?
In terms of Mr. Cannick's points, I think that the view you've just had expressed to you is quite clear that the signposting in the plan, in the submission version of the plan, already has been and will encourage investment in the longer term in new settlements. So it's my view that this is an appropriate approach and should be retained to enable new settlements to be promoted in the future.
But
subject to consideration of other schemes as well.
But is signposting and encouragement a sound basis for including a policy within the plan?
I believe it would be very helpful, yeah.
But does that accord with national policy?
I think it's a positive approach to planning, given the situation where we are, where new settlements in our consideration are likely to be part of the solution in the long term, and it helps to enable them to come forward if they are the route we choose.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell. Mr. Cannick, do you want to come back?
You're very kind, sir, but I suspect at this stage you've got the point, and you've certainly got enough material to make a decision. I think it's pretty plain, sir, respectfully. It's my position, the position of my clients, that the policy is not sound, but the plan can be made sound simply by excising this policy. So I don't need to repeat my point, sir, respectfully. Thank you. I don't hear an answer to them respectfully from Mr. Burrell. He's making slightly different points. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Snowling.
Thank you, sir. Rob Snowling, Pigeon Investment Management. I'll be very brief, sir. I just wanted to raise one minor point that hasn't been covered in the debate so far in respect of paragraph 395, where plan suggests that the sustainable options for settlement extensions are diminishing. Clearly, through allocations around existing settlements, that clearly must be the case. But I think that the paragraph there is somewhat misleading in suggesting that The only option now is to pursue new settlements as part of a subsequent local plan review. I think we would suggest that there are still.
Can people hear me? Can people hear me? I've just got a message that my network quality's just gone a bit poor. So I can see you, Mr. Snowling. I think I can hear you. Can you hear? You can hear me. People are nodding. Okay. Can you speak, Mr. Snowling, in now and see if I can hear you? I think it's probably come back on.
Can you hear me, Mr. Warden?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
It must be a local issue for the inspector, because the rest of the teams and the YouTube are fine. So perhaps if we can just wait for Mr. Warden to come back in.
I can't hear. I can see, Machine. I can see you talking, but I can't hear what you're saying, which is most unusual.
I'm just going to call the inspector and advise him log in and out. If everyone else could just hold on, please. Inspector, you've just come back into the meeting.
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Mr. Snowling, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, great. So I just wanted to signpost you to paragraph 395. I don't know if you caught any of what I said.
I did. You were talking about extensions diminishing.
Yes, yeah, and saying that we don't agree that there are not other options for sustainable extensions, particularly around the key service centres and the market towns. And our concern with paragraph 395 is the suggestion that new settlements is the only option. And as you've heard from others, clearly that will need to be the subject of evidence and assessment work that's yet to be undertaken here. In the same way that evidence isn't before you today, we would also suggest that there isn't evidence that there won't be sustainable settlement extension options, particularly around the market towns and the key service centres that may be able to meet future growth needs that are yet to be determined as part of a subsequent local plan review.
Thank you, Mr. Snowling. Mr. Atkinson.
Hello, sir. I'll just make the point on behalf of Glayman Hill and their partners, Human Nature, in respect to the Hethel scheme, that paragraph 22 of the NPF encourages local planning authorities to anticipate and respond to long-term requirements in terms of meeting growth needs and meeting major infrastructure improvement requirements, such as new settlements. That's the only point I'd like to make, in that I think the policy is justified in that respect.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. I'd just like to turn back to the partnership, and I don't know whether it's Mr. Bowl or Mr. Bird who just might want to respond. Finally, I just would like to give you a final opportunity to make any points that you wish to make in response before I close this session.
So I think you've heard the respective positions, and I think, as we've made clear, I mean, the partnership does see the benefit in at least signposting the potential for new settlements, so that the additional survey work and other work necessary to enable their proper consideration in a timely manner doesn't delay any review of the plan in due course. And that's really all it's seeking to achieve.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bird. Thank you. Okay, well, I will close this session now, and I'd like to thank everyone for the contributions. Again, it's been another long day, but we can have tomorrow off. Oh, Mr. Tuddenham. Mr. Tuddenham, you've come in late.
Yeah, I am sorry. I was trying to get in, sir, before you said you wanted to close. Very short comments, if I may, sir.
Okay.
In preparing this plan, we've heard a number of, on a number of occasions, about sites that have proved acceptable in terms of HELA, that have not been selected because there is no need to select them because the plan is justified already. And these sites clearly are ones that could come forward in the next plan review, which would be maybe 5 years' time. Plans have got to be reviewed in 5 years. That'll then take 5 years if there's a demonstration of a need to revise the plan. That's 10 years. That takes us to 2033. That's the time for the new plan to come into consideration. You can't jump the gun just to say, well, we want a new village for the sake of meeting what will be a housing requirement after 2038. It has to follow the due process, I'd suggest, which it's not doing. That's all I need to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tuddenham. Mr. Bird, is there anything you'd like to say finally in response? I give the last word to you.
No, thank you very much, sir. You've heard the debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll close this session, and thank you for your contributions today and all of this week. And we will resume on Tuesday. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.